I'd like to call this last meeting of 2014 to order and ask the clerk to read the roll, please. Or call the roll, please.
Supervisor Foy. Supervisor Parks.
Here.
Supervisor Long.
Here.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here.
And Supervisor Bennett.
Here. And we have the Pledge of Allegiance, and I see Clyde Reynolds out there from Turning Point Foundation, and he's retiring from Turning Point. So Clyde, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Okay, we need a motion on the minutes of December 9th.
Go ahead and move. And I also want to thank Brian for some excellent minutes, really capturing the changes that we made as we went along, and just appreciate the good job.
All right. Thank you. That's been seconded. We're ready to vote.
Peter, vote.
Supervisor Long must be in a hurry today here.
No.
Should keep us on track.
We have a full agenda.
All righty. Great. So the minutes have been approved, and now we're at agenda review. Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Bennett. We have our nice Christmas holiday list here. Item 28, Healthcare Agency, approval of an agreement with Ego, Inc., request removal from agenda.
Well, I'm sorry.
Item
Poll
28, request
28.
removal. 28.
Right.
That's right. Item 42, Sheriff's Office, resolution extending the proclamation of a local emergency in the unincorporated area of Santa Paula. We request to be heard as a regular item at the conclusion of the consent agenda for the purpose of giving you an update report.
Give us that number again, please.
42.
Thank you.
And item 45, Sheriff's Office, authorization to submit a grant application for jail construction funding. Request to postpone that to a future agenda.
All right. So we pulled 28 and 45, and we
Yep.
pull 42 off the consent calendar.
Right. Item 47, Supervisor Long, resolution honoring Patty McCourt upon her retirement. The resolution has been submitted. CEO's Office, report on update to and approval of the countywide strategic plan. A board letter and exhibits 1 and 2 have been submitted.
What numbers?
49. Item 52, Public Works Agency, public hearing regarding water rates for Waterworks District Number 17. A PowerPoint presentation has been submitted. And likewise on item 53, Public Works, public hearing on water rates for Waterworks District Number 19. A PowerPoint presentation has been submitted. Item 54, Public Works Agency, presentation on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. 54. A PowerPoint has been submitted. It's item 54. Item 55, Public Works, public hearing regarding adoption of an ordinance pertaining to groundwater conservation. A revised Exhibit 3 and a comment letter from Lynn Jensen have been submitted. And finally, there's an addendum agenda item 69, Healthcare Agency, approval of an authorization for the purchasing agent or her designee to execute the letter of agreement with HFS Consultants dated November 4, 2014, to increase the contract amount from $89,000 to $358,500 for fiscal year 2014-15. And all these documents have been distributed and posted to the web. It's a regular. It's consent. Sorry, it's consent. 69 is consent. And that's it. Thank you.
Great.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Items.
Okay. Board members, anything else to modify? All right. Not seeing anything else, we need a motion to accept the agenda as modified.
Sorry.
Been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. And that motion passes. And we're now at the moment of inspiration, and this being the last board meeting of 2014, thought I'd take a moment to point out, I have a PowerPoint slide for Supervisor Foy's pleasure, right? Okay. That's right. We've had over the years, we've had some excellent moment of inspiration speakers come in, and as I was trying to reflect over the year, one of the most inspiring things from my perspective is simply to get to work here, to work for county government, to do the things that we do in county government. And so we have a collection of things that were pulled together on short notice, so we may be missing some of the most inspiring things that we do here in county government. But we have just a variety of things that I'd like to just point out. What makes working, I have a friend that works for a clothing company that sells clothes, and he said he was envious because he says, I sell clothes. He says, you guys do all of the important things in the county, and there's some real truth to that. And so I'd like to just very quickly run through these things. So perfect for the holiday season, slide 1, and the fact is, if I've got the clicker, I can just click it here, right? Is perfect for the holiday season is summer, right? But this is the junior lifeguard program, and with the junior lifeguard program, County has provided 166 junior lifeguard scholarships to children identified by the Boys and Girls Club. And having had 3 children go through the junior lifeguards program ourselves, that can be a life-changing event for kids. To have 166 of them go through that program. And I think, there we go. This is the Sheriff's Department, Project Hope. We associate a lot of things with the Sheriff's Department out there in the country, big talk about that, but Project Hope is a project where the Sheriff's Department specifically tries to find shelter for homeless people that they encounter as they're out there doing their good work. Another one from the Sheriff's Department, and that's Shop with a Cop. And that's where a deputy provides toys to children, disadvantaged children, and they actually go and shop with a police officer, and has been something that's really been moving for those children. Human Services Agency. The work that's done by the Human Services Agency, up at the top left, 175,000 residents were connected with Medi-Cal healthcare services as a result of being signed up by the Human Services Agency. 4,500 people in home support services, bottom right corner, get to stay in their homes because of work done by county employees to coordinate and pull together the in-home support services program. Human Services Agency reuniting families or finding foster homes for families. Over 90 children were given foster homes this past year. Great example of that kind of love. This is a public defender's office taking inmates and people that are incarcerated and finding better places for them, like to the Kepper House. I thought it was pretty creative of the department to come up with that arrow that moved him along there. This is just an example of a defender. At age 11, began using drugs, began smoking meth at age 14, in and out of jail and prison. And public defender was appointed to help, and the public defender took voluntarily expanded their role beyond just defending people in court, but trying to hook them up with services and end this cycle that you could see. Imagine being 14 and already being hooked on meth. You're going to need some help to be able to beat that cycle. Ventura County Fire Department, the hand crew, putting bikes together in the oncology ward at the hospital for those kids. Resource Management Agency, there's a before and there's an after. Worked with Habitat for Humanity collaboratively to try to come up with housing and turning homes like that and all the things that they do in terms of code compliance here. Resource Management Agency, Environmental Health Division, School Outreach Program, trying to touch the lives of kids and awakening kids to the needs to be paying attention to the environment that they are getting ready to inherit. From the from the district attorney's office. This is just a letter sent in by somebody. The amount of time you committed to enforcing justice and helping bring closure to us victims shows how dedicated the entire team is to ensuring the rule of law is upheld. But possibly even more, it shows the compassion you have for those who are victimized. And certainly the district attorney's office has a fine reputation in terms of helping victims deal with the victimization that they feel. And this is just an authentic letter that came in. Agricultural Commissioner, certainly in the spotlight lately, but this is a glassy-winged sharpshooter being treated or being inspected by Linda Bellaman, and another agricultural commissioner inspecting pesticide that is being used to make sure everything's being done safely. 66,000 pounds of pesticide containers were recycled as a result of this recycling program that the Ag Commissioner set up. The GSA department, such a wide range of things, but certainly our 20-plus parks in Ventura County help make Ventura County a really special place for us. It's one of my favorites. You look at it and you wonder, what is that? That's child support services. Those children receiving services and receiving revenue from child support services, making sure that that both of their parents are supporting them appropriately so that they can move on in life. Department of Airports is a picture of the EAA Young Eagles, and that's teaching young people how to fix airplanes and deal with flying of airplanes. This is Watershed Protection District, that little tiny concrete thing inside there. It's one of the big hot things talked about, which is how do we get water to recharge our groundwater basins and improve that. Watershed Protection District did incredible work to create this recharge, but that filters right down into a recharge basin so that when we have heavy rains up in San Antonio Creek, it can do that. This is the Water and Sanitation Department. Just a wide variety of infrastructure things, and when we do Public Works Day, we're reminded of that, but the wide variety of things that are done that everybody just takes for granted that's going to happen. And you get the same thing with the Waste Management Division in terms of dealing with the solid waste, et cetera, that comes in. Ventura County Library. This is Sarah Roberts, went on her own and applied for a state library grant, and she used the money to create make shops for 8th grade students, and they learned about STEM careers and electricity, et cetera. You see 4 young women there, and you really need to have those young women exposed to the STEM careers, that's science, technology, and those type of careers. Probation agency, you might think, well, what's this picture? These gentlemen in the probation agency work together to stop a youth suicide in the juvenile facility. Next picture here, Ben Lesser speaking to the youth, an Auschwitz survivor that came and spoke to the youth of the juvenile justice facility, again, trying to give them inspiration and hope. And you talk about inspiration and hope. This man came, this is Nick Vujek, and he talks about a life without limbs presentation, and that's Nick right there in the middle. That's the kind of presentation that goes beyond the normal call of duty in the juvenile justice facility. Elections division, we take elections for granted here, but you have a whole lot of work that has to get done by the county clerk's office to make sure that we have volunteers and everybody signed up to run smooth democratic elections. Ventura County Healthcare Agency, working on building that new hospital, and think about all of the inspiring things that take place in that hospital over time. And the oncology, when you think about those little babies in the neonatal care unit, et cetera. Ventura County Healthcare Agency, a real picture of the oncology department here and people working with them. That's not selling shirts, okay? That's work that's really valuable for people here in Ventura County. Not that there's anything wrong with selling shirts, I want to emphasize. But when that person who sold the shirt said, it's just, you get to, you people in Ventura County government get to do more inspiring things. This is the La Colonia Community Walk, Ventura County Healthcare Agency. That's all, everybody with those shirts on, Ventura County Healthcare Agency doing that. And then the No-Kill Shelter. Another one of those things off the radar screen, but Ventura County became a no-kill county, the largest county in California that's a no-kill county. This is a special place to live and work here in Ventura County as a result of all of these kind of things. A team of dedicated IT professionals who serve more than 839,000 residents by providing technology that the county depends on to deliver all the critical services. And that goes all the way from you making your 911 calls to being able to figure things out online with our websites, etc. And I'm sorry we have one slide here, but the CEO's office, career opportunities, regional water projections, supporting our outstanding community partners, educating energy conservation, investing in employees, and supporting the homeless. All of this is coordinated by the CEO's office, and they also contribute directly to sort of this inspiring work. And so the final thing that I'd like to talk about is we've used this PowerPoint, and I've probably used and abused it more than anybody. We use this PowerPoint, and in general, we talk about taking things for granted. We take for granted that all this nice technology is really going to work, but up there behind us is a picture of the back of the boardroom, right? And two gentlemen up there, I'd like them to come down, and that's Ethan Adams, right, and Larry Villa, and we'd like you to come down from the booth so that, are they here now? Oh, great. Gentlemen, come on up, right? How are we running this thing if you guys are down here, right? Great. But anyway,
It's probably a trainee that's running the
Autopilot.
They've done a remarkable job over the years since 1997 and 1998. Nobody ever sees them. They're just sort of, we just kind of, hey, run this thing up there in the booth and stuff. So they represent sort of that quiet, get it done, whole lots of valuable things happen in Ventura County. How many inspirational slides have they helped coordinate to have up there and do all of this stuff? So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, but let's all of us give you, which represents everybody in county government, a big round of applause. Thank you very much. And board members, would you join me? We go down and just do a quick picture with these gentlemen, right? All right, I'll do that real quick here. I know it's a moment of inspiration, but let's do that. Thank you very much. We'll put you two guys right in the middle here. All right. There we go.
Great job, Clark. Just keeping up with him is.
Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you. Behind the curtain. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for giving me a little extra time there for that moment of inspiration. And now we're at the consent calendar, and I'll remind us that item 28 has been pulled off, and item 69 has been added to the consent calendar.
Can I pull 15?
And 15 has just been pulled off also.
And 29 for a comment.
And 29's just been pulled off, all right. So 15, 28, and 29, all right, and 69 added, all righty. Okay, We're ready for the consent calendar minus 15, 28, 29 with 69 added. We need a motion?
In addition, sir, 42 has been removed from consent to regular.
Thank you. I want to check one thing here. Right, you want to talk about 29, somebody does.
I want to talk about it.
Great, all right, thank you. All right, we're ready to vote on the consent calendar. Minus those, thank you for catching that, Brian. All right, item 15, Supervisor Foy?
Yeah, I was just curious, with the turning point thing, which I think is what we've all decided we're going to step up and try to help out, which I think is a good opportunity. The only difference that I had here was I know this was a general fund situation. We have set aside money in our homeless fund kind of thing that we had set aside, and I was thinking we should probably use that kind of money. This is kind of what it's for, to do instead of just taking this out of general fund. That's my only thing, is that we should do it. I think we should move forward with this and do it. Where the money was coming from was my only thing, since we had already set money aside for this kind of stuff. So,
You know, the recommendation came from the CEO's office.
I can speak to
Christie.
it.
Okay, great, go ahead.
Yeah, typically, just our practice is we won't recommend removing anything from reserves in a small amount like this. Typically like to leave the reserves set unless it's a larger amount. And we felt like we had plenty in the contingency to be able to do it.
okay, like I said, we had money set. Either way, I think it's the right thing for us to do. I just wanted to make sure where the money came from. That's
Okay.
Okay.
Great, thank you. All right, Supervisor Parks, item 29.
Item 29 is some media outreach to assist in getting foster families. And as I mentioned, I think at our last board meeting, Supervisor Bennett, you've done such a great job getting inspirational speakers, parents who have taken foster kids. It is so inspiring. I think if we could get this service to put those different inspirational speeches together, we'd get a lot of foster families. And not only in Ventura County, I think you get them throughout the United States because they really do send such a positive message. And I would just encourage, as we move forward in trying to outreach to families, that we actually consider doing that.
Okay, great suggestion. I mean, this is really the Human Services Agency really trying to take foster care recruitment to a sort of the modern era. I mean, when you think about it, I mean, it is. You need, it's so important that you need the full range of tools, and this at least introduces the concept of having that full range of tools. So that's a great suggestion.
I mean,
and
the
I'm
idea of the
I agree. I think-
reality behind it, the kind of reality TV.
If you put a great video, I'm sure all
and
the churches
YouTube.
would play that at their services.
Right.
And all. I think it'd be a great
So
opportunity.
we have Barry, our head of HSA, is here, so I'm sure you can take that message back to our foster services
With the help of
people.
those great guys
Great.
in the booth, right?
Right. Good. All righty. And that's items 15 and 29. And so why don't we have a motion for those two items right now?
Move approval.
First. Okay. All right. Great. All right. It's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote on 15 and 29. All righty. And before we do the emergency report that we pulled to have to the regular agenda, which was item 42, the adoption of the resolution, let's go ahead and cover our harbor item, and so that we can have those gentlemen get on back.
Item 56.
There we go. Thank you. And that's what I'm trying to get to. So item 56, Harbor Department. And we're also going to try to get...
Thank you for your adjustment, Mr.
You're
Chair.
welcome.
Good morning, members of the board. Lynn Krieger, Harbor Department. We are really just asking for a short-term extension to this item, not because of lack of performance on the part of the developer who's here, but because of workload concerns in our own department. So if you would grant us that request, I will keep it short. Thank you very much.
All right. Great.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear, Lynn, because of workload concerns.
Yes, while we're also working on the hotel project, the Fisherman's Wharf project is a little more complicated anyway. We have another project coming along. We're still working on the cell tower, and now we have the agreement with the city that we're also working on. It's just
Things
to
get
do
busy, huh?
to do a decent job. It's just going to take a little
That's
more
the
time.
63 agreement, that's what you're working on, too. Okay.
It's essentially a 4-month extension, and everybody's comfortable with that. We're
Make a
ready for a motion for item 56. Board members, I'm going to ask, do board members have any extensive questions or anticipate any issues with item 57 or 58? I'll cover them now so that those two agencies can get back before we get into the emergency presentation. And do the agencies, do they anticipate these being relatively short? That's 57, Healthcare Agency. That's fairly brief. And then 57, Human Services Agency, fairly brief. Right? Yeah. Okay, great. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and cover item 57 quickly. You need more time with 58? Okay, great.
Good morning. Susan Kelly from Behavioral Health. Happy holidays, everyone. The amendment in front of you, item 57, is for the authorization for Ventura County Behavioral Health Director to sign the first amendment to an agreement we have with Aspiranet, who provides school-based, or who provides the adjunct services for school-based mental health provision of services by the Behavioral Health Department. The services they provide are, as I said, adjunct, and they are in-home to help ensure that the child remains in the home rather than having to be placed in out-of-county care. It has expanded, and it is a big expansion, we know, from $419,000 to $1 million. And that is due to the expansion of our services across the county. We are now have just expanded into the Santa Clara Valley, Fillmore, Santa Paula, even up into Ojai and that area. So we are also asking for an additional 7 mental health positions to help cover that. With our strong relationship with SELPA, they have agreed to cover the costs over and above Medi-Cal short Doyle FFP that we would bill on this Aspiranet contract, so that there will be no net cost to the county, either with EPSDT dollars or, again, with the general fund.
And Mr. Chair, I'd like to move approval. We talked about it at the advisory board yesterday, and it's a net cost to the general fund, and it's being funded by both the Fed and the state. Mm-hmm. So I'd like to make a motion too.
So we are going to hold off on item 57. I'm sorry. We are going to hold off on item 57. Supervisors indicate 58. Supervisors indicated that they have some questions.
Thank you, Susan.
On that item, right? Thank you. And I think we now should go to our public comment. We have 3 public comment speakers, and then we will move on to our emergency declaration presentation. We'll hold the board's comments, see if we can stay on time here. All right. Mr. Clyde Reynolds.
Good morning, Chair Bennett and members of the Board of Supervisors and Mike Powers, Executive Officer. I wanted to take this time just to, since all of you know that I have recently retired, to express my appreciation for all of the support that I have received over the past 25 years from this board, particularly for a cause which, of course, is very dear to my heart, and that's those individuals living with mental illness. Particularly your action today, I think, is very important because it's there to guarantee that those individuals who are mentally ill do not have to remain on the streets and remain homeless. And as you know, they're a very vulnerable population, and it's a group of folks who we believe really should not be there. And so Turning Point, of course, has been dedicated to making sure that that doesn't happen if we can make a difference. So, again, I want to thank you so much for all of your support for Turning Point and for myself and the capacity that I have been. I also want to take this opportunity to introduce to you the new Executive Director of Turning Point Foundation, Jason Meek. So, Jason, would you like to come up for just a moment?
Thank you. I am very, very, very appreciative of this opportunity. I love this community. I love the population that I'm working for, and I can assure you I am very eager to engage in all fronts. And again, thank you for the opportunity. So.
Well, Jason, thank you. If I could just point out two things. One, Clyde, you've given a voice to a group of people that didn't have a voice before you arrived on the scene, and you've done it with real remarkable class and dignity during all of these years that you've served. So thank you very much for that great service. And Jason, these people need a voice, and we really appreciate you stepping up and look forward to working with you as we try to do that. Supervisors Parks and Long both have hit their buttons, I believe.
I also thank you so much, Clyde, for all you've done, and I know you're going to keep a foot in the door so we can continue to rely on your expertise. And welcome and good luck with you. I'm so glad that we are able to continue this one project, because we realize how difficult it is to cite, to locate places for people with mental illness, and you sure would hate to lose one because it's so hard to get one back again. So thank you for that, and we look forward to that getting the use it's needed.
Supervisor Long?
Yes, thank you. You already look a little rested, Clyde, so I really appreciate, and we go back to 1991 when I started as a staff and learned from you, and just have watched as you have advocated with great heart and passion for the community, and you, as Supervisor Bennett said, raised the bar and really gave a voice. And Jason, we welcome you, and expect there's a transition, and Clyde's not going too far, so there'll be a good transition. The community is wonderful advocates in the community that will help Turning Point to continue to be a strong organization supporting the mentally ill. Thank you. Clyde, wish you well. Yeah.
Just to echo that, Clyde, just thank you for your passionate and relentless leadership and the relationship with the county. It means a lot.
And thank you for your service, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for Clyde as he walks out the door. Thank you very much, Clyde. Our next public speaker is Deborah Pendry. Another inspirational Ventura County resident.
Thank you, Supervisor Bennett. My name is Deborah Pendry, representing the Ojai Valley Green Coalition. And a couple things have come up before why I got here. First is, now that I know Ethan and Larry, my right side's the best side, and we want to completely stay away from the cowlick on the back sides. Thank you. And the moment of inspiration, I think we're missing the fact that the County of Ventura is doing a bang-up job on climate change and its sustainability plan. We have a long ways to go. We need to always think outside the box, give ourselves a really high bar. But you're doing a great job, and it really shows on your website. The way that's designed, it's very user-friendly, it's very graphic, it's very beautiful. And in fact, at last Tuesday's City of Ojai Council meetings, which I attend, they just signed up a new web designer consultant. I'm sure I didn't say that right, but anyways, they have a new web design consultant. And I took her to the side and I said, if you want examples of what you can do well for the City of Ojai, go to the County of Ventura website and look at their whole sustainability plan and work that they've done, and use that for inspiration. So thank you for that very much. So I am here on behalf of the Ojai Valley Green Coalition to ask the good citizens of Ventura County to be mindful that between Thanksgiving and New Year's Day, according to the EPA, the average homeowner generates 25% more landfill waste than the rest of the year. And so we want to encourage folks to think more about how to reduce, reuse, and recycle during this time of the year. The Coalition has done the legwork and offers lots of tips and links for how to green your holiday at our website, OhaiValleyGreenCoalition.org. Also remember, during this time of year when we buy lots of new gadgets, it's illegal to put e-waste or universal waste in the trash barrel. Two types of universal waste we use more this time of year are batteries and fluorescent light bulbs. E-waste, as most know, is the informal name for electronic products nearing the end of their useful life. Computers, televisions, VCRs, stereos, copiers, and fax machines are common examples. So what's a person to do? Well, just across the hall from this conference room is the Integrated Waste Management Division, and they have all the resources and a great group of people. They have this great brochure, A to Z recycling, all kinds of things, smoke alarms, yard debris, refrigerators, propane cylinders, some of the things we don't think about. Can't put it in the trash, folks. So this is a great resource for you, and they already have out their 2015 hazardous waste schedule, which is really easy to use. So I recommend, and all of this is also on their website, so this is a great resource for us as a community. Okay. Our main go-to local location, though, for e-waste and universal waste is Gold Coast Recycling and Transfer Station. Now, if you live in the Ojai Valley, you're really lucky. The coalition with its partners, E.J. Harrison, Gold Coast Recycling, Ojai Valley Directory, and the Ojai Community Bank, is holding its 7th annual e-waste collection and recycling event for residents on Saturday, January 10th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. We take all electronics from handheld iPods to big screen TVs and their accessories. We take small appliances. If it has a cord and fits on the counter, bring it on down. This includes items like vacuum cleaners and lamps, too. We also take that day household batteries, ink and toner cartridges, media storage such as DVDs, CDs, and their jewel cases, floppy disks, and cassette tapes. If you still have 8 tracks in the basement, seek medical attention, but bring those down, too. But last but not least,
Seek medical attention.
we recycle old incandescent holiday lights, which we highly recommend replacing with LED lights. Tons less energy and 0 chance of starting a fire. So again, for Ojai Valley residents, event details again can be found on our website at OhioValleyGreenCoalition.org. And a happy and green holiday to all from the Ojai Valley Green Coalition. Thank you.
Deborah, thank you. You really epitomize the line that you catch more flies with honey than anything else. But I mean, your positive approach of your organization, keep providing information to people, keep reminding people of things, keep coming up, trying to make it easier for people to be environmentally aware, is exactly what we need in Ventura County. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you, and thank you for saying that. A for effort, that's for darn sure.
Take care. And our last public speaker, I just have the word D. D?
I'm making sure my phone is off. I have a new phone. I was in a nursing home a couple years ago, and I was trying to find a disabled place to live because where I was living before wasn't workable. And although you have all these places that you praise very highly, there's really no coalition for disabled people anywhere within the county. You have no list of housing, including public housing, where there's accessible units. And it's a huge cost. I was in Los Angeles County, and it's costing your Medi-Cal $15,000 a month for people to be in nursing homes. And if you become homeless, you cannot stay at a homeless shelter anywhere in the county. So there are no services. They always would ask, do you have a drug problem? Like I could get help if I had a drug problem, but not if I was just disabled, including independent living centers, in-home support services, social services, your offices. Nobody has any lists, and most disabled units are rented out to able-bodied people within the county because everything's on a first-come, first-served basis. For example, wagon wheel, people stood in line overnight, and I currently have a case with the Department of Fair Employment and Housing that it wasn't appropriate for me and a walker to sit for 5 days to wait to get a wagon wheel, and they wouldn't make an accommodation to have a lottery, and they have disabled units that able-bodied people are in. So that's kind of a waste of public redevelopment funds, in my opinion. I finally found a place to live, and the first day I was there, I had this horrible smell when we were pulled up in the moving truck of raw sewage. And I thought, oh, my God, look where I've got myself. It's got septic tanks. It's a mess. I mean, the smell was just appalling. And I came to meet my neighbor, and she said, no, that's my apartment unit. They had to pull my toilet and take the wall apart, and I'm having the hardest time. She's crying. She's got a little kid. She said, I don't have a toilet. They're not putting me up in a hotel, and they're still charging me rent. And this has been going on for weeks. And so I'm like to be solution-oriented, and I tried calling the board, our landlords, the vector control, because there ended up being rodents and cockroaches from it, code enforcement, anybody. They couldn't help them. And then we ended up doing some research because we got involved with a public rights law firm. We also contacted the Housing Rights Center. They were of no help. They only help disabled people, and they don't help them appropriately. They harass your doctors. CRLA doesn't have enough attorneys. Vector Control calls the landlord. County Health also does the same thing. Child Protective Services said if you stay there, they told her they would take her child away. And I started noticing that there was landscape problems that caused a lot of this when you plant inappropriate trees like ficus and whatnot. So I tried to be solution-oriented and got a grant, because I know a lot of people in landscaping, and got a grant and found out how we could change a lot of it. And I was told by the landlords that there's no money to change things, but the grant, that no, those people won't take care of it, and they don't appreciate it, and they're just pigs, and the rodent problems are kind of related to housekeeping issues. They didn't realize I lived there. And so we did a lot of research, and these property owners that were a problem are you, the Board of Supervisors. This property was donated to the county 20 years ago, I think 10 years ago. It was redone very shoddily and poorly. There couldn't possibly have been code enforcement involved in very many issues. I've had over 67 people at my apartment with clipboards, and nobody solves things. I try to be solution-oriented, yet the latest one is I got an overnight retaliatory letter explaining to me that I was no longer allowed to pick up trash, sweep the sidewalks, or put out boric acid for the cockroaches, because I would be evicted, effective immediately. And these are people, the lawyer was laughing, said, let them try that. But these are your people that are property managing your property. I've talked with all the executives, and I find it hard to believe that I have to file a lawsuit to live in a place with no cockroaches, and that they know the laws. And they've been scolded by the Department of Fair Employment and Housing, an attorney, your general counsel. And so I would appreciate any help in doing this, and you forming some commissions on both for people with disabilities and also on how to utilize and write grants. There seems to be nobody at the county that's familiar with grant writing, so I'm sort of kind of...
Thank you very much. Your 5 minutes is up, but I do have one quick question for you, an observation. Well, first, my quick question is, you said putting out boric acid for the cockroaches. Is that being put out in some way that we're sure children aren't going to get exposed to it and all?
Yes, and I was instructed to do it by your cooperative extension and ag department.
That's okay. So you're working with professionals to make sure that's
but your property managers aren't.
Right.
So it's sort of a problem.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and in listening to your testimony, trying to listen hard and careful, I really appreciate you pointing some things out, particularly the issue of units being available for disabled. When you said 67 people came with clipboards into your place, is that 67 people primarily from county regulatory agencies?
Yeah.
Okay, so
when I wanted to talk with them about something that's not on their list, like they did an inspection. First of all, I got a copy of the inspection.
Right.
It's not accurate.
Well, okay, so I just point out, it sounds like there's not a lack of effort here of 67 people.
No, there's just no checks and balances.
If 67 people are showing up, so I'm just...
But they're not doing anything.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the CEO to look into this and just report back to the supervisors based on the issues that raised by Dee, because it runs across many different departments here and stuff. So thank you very much for...
I appreciate it, and also just to let you know, I don't like having to come here, and I wish I could have brought it up to you before, but your note that said there's accessibility and you can ask for an accommodation. Nobody knows how to do that, and it took me 4 hours to get here, and there's not door-to-door, so if I'm not walking well that day, it's too far for me to walk from the bus stop to here, and I had to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to get here.
Great. Thank you for pointing out some of the challenges faced by disabled people here.
I
in
appreciate it.
Ventura County.
Thank you.
Yeah. All righty. That finishes our public speakers. We're a little bit past our 9:15, and we still have to have our presentation on the emergency presentation. I know we pulled the 9:15 item, and all right, we ready? Everybody ready for the emergency thing? I'm just worried about your 9:30 when the judge gets here. But I would like to point this out to the supervisors. We have quite a few time certain items here. We've had 2 presentations on the emergency, and I think there are some issues that want to come up. But if we as supervisors, I think we've had a lot of questions in the past, and if we have new questions, we should certainly ask them. But if we're repeating things that we've already either expressed to staff already or whatever, we should probably try to keep that as brief as possible so we can stay on schedule. So we're ready to go ahead and go with our item 42, Sheriff's Department and CEO's office. So CEO's office coordinating this, but it's the declaration of the local emergency. Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Bennett. I'd invite our Mayor Director, Chris Stevens, to come up. Just want to let you know there's been a lot of activity out at the Santa Clara Waste site in terms of remediation and cleanup. And so I asked the team to come together. We've got Chris Stevens here today, Bill Stratton from Environmental Health, Henry Gonzalez, Ag Commissioner, with his report. Sheriff OES, Kevin McGowan, is here, as well as Mike Viegas, APCD. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Stevens. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers. I very quickly wanted to give you an update. There's been a lot of activity since we last talked a week ago, and there's been quite a bit of progress. Brian, do you have a pointer for me? This is an aerial of the site just taken recently. The area here in the middle, this is kind of the pooled area that we've talked about. Today I can report to you in the last week they have neutralized or decontaminated the entire site. They have also done so for the pool area in the middle of the site, and they just yesterday began a process of solidifying this material. The experts on the site, and then there are 3 PhD chemists, one from the Environmental Protection Agency, one a consultant to the EPA, and another one a consultant to the cleanup company, have determined that it is best to solidify that before they try and remove the material. It would be a much safer way to do so. But that work is underway. They will hope to have that complete, I would say, by shortly after the holidays, and then the first week in January begin moving it off of the site.
Could you give us 20 seconds on basically how do you solidify?
Well, think of it as if you're like me and you eat a lot, it's how you thicken your gravy. They add material to that to thicken it up and solidify it. Maybe your gravy, you'll like it a little, not quite that solid.
You just ruined the holiday meal.
Right. And so I wanted to let you know that as part of they've also begun testing all of these containers. There's, as you can see, quite a few containers of material on site. They'll be testing each and every one of those. They've begun that process. Throughout this, they've, as we mentioned last time to you, they've done hundreds of on-site, what they call swipe tests, which are a simple on-site test. They've also done a number of on-site tests of a more substantial nature, and then as the materials volatility has been reduced, they've been able to send some of their samples to labs. They've sent approximately 50 of those samples to state-certified laboratories for EPA testing of approximately 150 compounds. They have all come back non-detect for any hazardous substances, so they have not identified any hazardous substances within any of their test results to date. It's also standard procedure when you're dealing with materials that are unknown to do radiological testing. They've been doing radiological testing as well, and all of those have also come back non-detect. So that's very, very good news. When they complete the solidification process, they will do another round of testing on that material to ensure that it is non-hazardous. If it is non-hazardous, it will be removed to a municipal landfill. If it is of a hazardous nature, it will have to be removed to a facility that is licensed to handle that type of material. It could be in Nevada, as I understand it. Very quickly on the storm of last week, there was the berming and sandbag operation that was explained to the board last week. It was very successful. All of the runoff was held on site. They had vacuum trucks at the ready and were able to scoop up some of the liquid as it rose to make sure that they didn't breach those areas. It was approximately 40,000 gallons. They were able to vacuum it up and then store it on site in some of the empty containers. So during the storm event, there was no runoff from the site, happy to report. And preliminary testing on what they did scoop up in those trucks came back negative. It is not hazardous material as well. So there's been a lot of progress. As I said, the hope is that after about the first week in January, they may have that material removed. Once that's removed, the Environmental Protection Agency steps back, and our Environmental Health Division kind of steps in as the lead agency to begin some testing of the soil in the area to make sure that we don't have any contamination of the soil that remains. We'll go through that exercise and then determine whether there's any remediation needed for that. They'll also be checking this pooled area is actually a concreted area. Once that is removed, we'll be able to check and make sure that the concrete did its job, which is to stop any leaching. So there'll be more testing and perhaps some remediation work through January. We're not certain where that will go, but as I said, I'm happy to report a lot of progress over the last week. The storms ended up not creating any problems for the cleanup effort. And lastly, I would mention, as we reported to you last week, the permit to operate for this facility was suspended, and the suspension letter indicated three conditions by which the County Planning Division would consider lifting that suspension, and that was cleanup of the site, demonstration that they could operate the site safely, and agreement that the City of Oxnard will continue to take the material from the site. So there'll be 3 check boxes. Obviously, we haven't checked any of them yet, and there'll be a lot of work to be done before we get to that point. And I think one of the particular areas will be the demonstration that can be operated safely. We'll do a clear review of their protocols on site. Indications are that the explosion was from an internal circulating truck moving materials around. I think that begs review of that protocol to determine that it is going to be done safely in the future before we re-up the permit. So that's very quickly a status report.
Great.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Now we'll go to our Ag Commissioner, Henry Gonzalez, give us an update.
Good morning, Chairman Bennett.
Good morning, Mr. Gonzalez.
Members of the board, Mr. Powers. We have been working with FDA, the Fed EPA, and California Department of Public Health on the issues around the site, not on the site, but around the site, in the ag fields. We offered support to the sampling team that conducted soil samples. We have the results of those samples. The sample results are either non-detect or of no concern, and that's based on the determination of the California Department of Public Health. That's for the soil samples. There was also some produce samples that were taken. The produce samples were of celery, raspberries, lettuce, lemons. There was testing of a list of 21-page long list of pesticides that were tested for, as well as metals. We received the go-ahead, the green light, last Thursday to share that information, although not yet validated. We received the go-ahead from FDA. In their words, the results of the pesticide sampling on the produce and of the metals was essentially non-detect. FDA does not plan to conduct any additional produce sampling nor are they going to take any regulatory action in regards to the produce. And so, based on a number of factors, it is my professional opinion that the produce is safe to harvest and consume. These are the basis for my determination. Number one, the results of the soil sampling being essentially non-detect. The results, although preliminary, of the produce sampling also essentially non-detect. However, we did get the go-ahead from FDA to share those results with the impacted growers. Also, their decision, FDA's decision, not to conduct any further sampling of produce. Also, FDA's decision not to have any regulatory action taken based on the amount of time that has passed since the accident, almost a month, based on the now 3 rain events that we have had since the accident. It is my professional determination that the produce is safe to harvest and consume.
Mr. Powers.
All right, we'll just see if there's any
Thank you.
questions. Okay.
Questions?
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Mr. Commissioner, and also to Chris, this information is going to be conveyed to the public so the public can understand that the food is safe, and that also that the whatever materials it's in the site are going to be contained so that the public can feel, that they're being protected. Is that, how are you going to convey that message would be the
We are
the question.
considering a press release later today to share this information that we're sharing here with you today.
We'll send in a press release. We'll also have it available on our county website, which will be updated
On
regularly.
the website too?
Yeah.
I think that's important for the public to understand that.
Yeah, very good.
Supervisor Long.
And just to add, also, Commissioner, your information presented to us also that the growers will then individually determine if they choose to go ahead with the harvesting of the crops. So
Yes.
they just have the information, they can decide individually what they wish to do.
Yes, and in regards to that, we had asked them not to have any workers in the area, and also not to harvest any crops until we had further information. Now with this information, they will make their own decisions based on that information. We will be assessing all of the losses of the growers. We've already started to collect preliminary information. There have been significant losses for a number of growers. I believe that there is also significant losses for the farm workers that could not work during this period of time. It's bad timing with Christmas coming.
And Mr. Chairman, I think that's important too, that the farm workers understand that they're going to be safe out there working in those fields too. And of course, the farmers themselves understand that they are going to be okay with sending men and women out there to work. Okay.
Mr. Powers.
I don't know, do we have other speakers?
We do.
Okay,
Three
I'm
more.
good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Now we'll go to our Fire Chief, Mark Lorenzen.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Mark Lorenzen, County Fire Chief. Quick update on the incident from our perspective. Very quickly, our engine that had been sitting in that middle of the lake for the last 4 weeks has now been removed from the lake. They've moved it to a clean area of the site and wrapped it in visqueen. Their intent is to deal with the spill first, mitigate that, and then go into decontaminating our engine. What they'll likely do is remove all the soft, permeable substances, seat cushions, seat headliners, all those things, dispose of them, and then they'll just evaluate it. We'll see what our insurers ultimately have to say relative to that. One of the things we do when we have significant injuries as a result of an incident is we convene what's called a SART, and that is a Serious Accident Review Team. We've convened that. That really takes a comprehensive look at what happened at the incident for our purposes so we can learn, look at practices we'd like to repeat and those we'd like to not repeat. Comprehensive review will involve every agency involved. This is in addition to the after-action review that will be conducted by Kevin McGowan's shop and Sheriff's OES that basically looks at how we just ran the incident overall, best practices. And then very quickly, just an update on the Santa Paula personnel, and the question was asked of me yesterday, why the difference with the exposures between your personnel, the county firefighters and the Santa Paula firefighters, and really what it came down to is a little bit of timing. The Santa Paula folks were the first ones to clear the scene after treating the patients and go back to move their engine, and that the substance had crystallized already. So when they went to move their fire engine, the tires started popping, flames started coming out. They left the engine. As soon as their feet hit the ground, spontaneous combustion and the release of additional chemicals from the combusting of the product. So they took a respiratory exposure from that. The county firefighters, obviously, seeing that, did not go in, and we basically just left the engines there. So that concludes my update, unless there's questions.
Do you have an idea of how much money has been spent in responding to this incident?
I can just say from the county's perspective, our costs for equipment and personnel is in the neighborhood of about $400,000. And those are our response costs. That doesn't include the $500,000 engine that we still have sitting out there. And we had 4 or 5 different fire agencies that also responded. So
as well as our sheriff's department
absolutely,
too, had
yes.
costs associated with it.
So
Sheriff OES is gathering that cost information as well.
So we've liberated the engine.
Yes, the engine is still on the site. It is no longer in the pool of toxic goo, as I was quoted as saying in the Star. Thank you.
All right. Those technical terms.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And now a quick update from our Public Health Officer, Dr. Levin.
Good morning, members of the board. Mike Powers. I was speaking with Kevin McGowan about this situation, and one of the things that we plan on doing is following up on the health of those people that were affected by this, and there are some 50 people that were seen by physicians. And so we will be doing some follow-up on those people to find out just what kind of effects. Were they temporary? Do we have evidence that they were lasting? And we will do that in conjunction with our emergency medical services under the supervision of Rigo Vargas and Barry Fisher.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Levin. Appreciate it.
And I don't know if this is correct or not. I know that the firefighters are being treated, and hopefully we don't have any problems with our farm workers. I understand there were some animals that were also affected by the plume out there. Do you know anything about that?
Unless you know something specific, I know that there was an animal shelter with some dogs nearby, but I don't know the outcome of those animals. I've not heard any negative outcomes. Have you heard of anything specific you're concerned about?
I've kind of heard, that maybe a couple of dogs were, affected by that, but I really don't know. It's just what I heard.
Supervisor Long.
It's just my understanding there was one animal and a veterinarian treated the animal. I think the real question for the veterinarian and the operation out there is more protocol, and I've already forwarded that to our team to take a look at what other protocols we may put in place in response to a situation like that. So that's my information.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. Mr. Powers.
Okay, just to wrap up, a lot of folks out there on the site working on the cleanup, a lot of progress, and a lot of after action and tracking going on as well. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Is Kevin going to speak?
Kevin McGowan from OES, would you like to give an update?
Good morning, Chairman Bennett, Supervisors, Mr. Powers. Kevin McGowan, OES, Office of Emergency Services. So this part of today is a procedural issue that requires from California law for us to, once we've proclaimed, to continue to do extensions every 30 days. So for as long as this incident continues, we will continue to come back to the board to renew our emergency proclamation. In addition to that, the Office of Emergency Services, in conjunction with all of our partner agencies, have been working with the State Office of Emergency Services, specifically the Recovery Branch, to determine what sorts of assistance there might be related to financial costs. So the agricultural community was impacted, along with other businesses that were in the periphery of that site. So we continue to work on a day-to-day basis with the recovery branch at the state to determine if there was state or federal assistance through the Small Business Administration or other organizations. Once we get information based on that, I'll be sharing it with the board and Mr. Powers. Other than that, we continue to support the incident. When storms occur, the emergency operations centers activated, we continue to provide outreach to that site. And with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Last question. This is for Chris.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
So, Chris, we are no longer taking any additional loads over to Antera and Oxnard?
That's correct. Yes, that extension expired.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions too, Chris, if I may. As I understood from what I heard, that they're going to check all the containers to see what's in them all. Do you have an idea how long that process will take? And also just wondering if any hazardous materials have been found on site yet?
It's my understanding there have been no hazardous materials identified yet. Is that correct? Yeah, no hazardous waste identified yet on site. The testing there, I think there's over 200 containers, and they just started yesterday. I don't know how many they're getting through on a daily basis. I would imagine that it's something they could get done before next week's holiday. I would certainly hope so.
And that could be in the report back at our next meeting.
Certainly.
What you found in the containers, because I think that's probably pretty instrumental if they're transferring from container to container, and that's what caused the explosion, that the material may be in the containers. So, do you have information on where waste can be taken for those who have been using this site, so that they know where they can take it to and where there are local ones?
Yeah, we have some information, and I was just having the Environmental Health Division staff gather that. We're going to be putting some of that up on our webpage. As I understand it, the company, the Santa Clara Wastewater folks, have been directing their customers and providing them information of alternative locations as well.
Okay, so Santa Barbara County, other areas nearby. Also, you gave us 3 criteria before you'd allow them to begin operating again. What about the fact that there is going to be substantial costs that the county will want to get from the owner? Will that be part of the requirements or the criteria? You know, they have caused an incident that's probably over $1 million in costs to the county. We often require our applicants to pay their fees before we give them permits. Would you consider that?
I believe so. I'm not sure what the permitting process will be, or whether or not the cost may be such that there will not be a permitting process. But that was something that, I mean, we can work with county council on that as to how that will play into the process. But certainly our standard procedure is to issue no permits where fees are due. Whether or not a new permit is required or not, I'm not certain yet.
And certainly we'll get a report back before any of the idea of re-permitting this site.
Yeah, and we would hope to get you a written update over the course of the holidays, given that the board does not meet again for some time.
Yes, but we would have a thorough discussion with you before re-permitting that site out there.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I think we're close to the end of that. I'd just like to ask one final question of the CEO, who I know has had extensive conversations with everybody. So as we break for the holidays, we don't meet for a while. We feel like everything that we can do to make sure that the site is safe has been done, and that at this point in time, we don't believe there's any imminent danger from the site at this point in time.
That is correct, Chair Bennett, and we will go ahead.
Great, and we're still, so the frustration we all have is we may never be able to find out what happened. Right, the good faith efforts are going to be made, but we may not humanly possible, we're going to do everything we can, but it just may be very difficult to find that out. So the most important thing is we don't feel like we have an imminent danger. The third thing I'd just like to point out from the board's perspective, I think, is that we do want to make sure that we're trying to monitor what's happening with the waste stream that used to go to this site, and both from the standpoint of trying to make sure no illegal activities takes place, but also to try to cooperate and help businesses find those places that are appropriate. So I hope that we're working collaboratively with people to try to provide that information to people in terms of
I might add, we've had some discussions with the city of Oxnard about having a joint workshop and inviting previous customers and other industries to that workshop and gather information on what their needs are, where they're taking the materials, to see if we can get a handle on that and be of any assistance.
If anybody in the public is aware of any illegal disposal of waste, they should let us know promptly so that we can get after that also as we move forward with this. All right.
Just a quick point in response, your point about never being able to find out is my understanding from the experts, who will correct me if I wander off here, that's normal in this particular type of situation. We wouldn't expect to be, because once it combusts, the chemical compound of the chemicals out there changes. Mm-hmm. So it's not for lack of tremendous Herculean effort by the staff out there, very qualified people to identify the materials that are out there.
It does seem, until you know what's in the containers, this is all just a moot discussion. We're not going to know until they check the containers.
Which is a separate issue, what's in the containers, right? And then just lastly, Supervisor Zaragoza, we just heard from our Deputy Director of Animal Services that all the animals are fine. So, and we'll also keep you updated on our website on the county as well, too. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate everybody coming in for this presentation here. We're now, we have some, we now are, we need to have a vote on the extension of the proclamation for the next 30 days. That motion passes. Supervisor Long, we have a 915, which is a healthcare agency letter. But we could go to the 9:30 Patty McCourt, item 47, which I think probably you would appreciate doing.
I would. I believe we have lots of folks here to congratulate Ms. McCourt and also her colleagues and some of our judges. So if I might, I'd like to get this underway and invite Patricia McCourt, also known to most of us, all of us, as Patty. As we do these resolutions, again, we often learn something about this outstanding county employee, and I'll read highlights out of this so you too can hear what she has done in her public service to the county of Ventura for 33 years. She has represented particularly its children through her work with both the Superior Court and the Office of the County Counsel. Patty's both an attorney, a licensed marriage family therapist, earned her bachelor's degree in psychology from UCLA, and a master's degree in clinical psychology from CSU. So her loyalties are everywhere. Before earning her Juris Doctorate from Southwestern University School of Law. She began her career with the county in 1981, working in the Superior Court, where she personally mediated hundreds of child custody disputes, often under very difficult circumstances, as I'm sure you can imagine. Later, as director of the Family Law Court's Family Mediation Department, she established a program that was a model throughout the state. In 1987, Patty joined the County Counsel's office as Assistant County Counsel and continued her focus on professional efforts for the vulnerable children in our county by specializing in juvenile delinquency law, representing the county and its social workers in protecting children. And those are, of course, the children that we always have greatest concern about, who have been abused or neglected. Patty was soon promoted to Senior Assistant County Counsel, where she handled thousands of juvenile dependency cases, ensuring that children were not only protected from abuse and neglect, but were also either returned to a safe home environment or placed with loving adopted families. Because of her extensive juvenile dependency experience, Patty served as a trusted advisor to 4 county councils, 4, county Leroy, 4, as well as the county's Human Services Agency administrators, social workers, juvenile dependency lawyers, and judges throughout California. In 2009, she was recognized as the first recipient of the L. Michael Clark Excellency Award for exemplifying the highest standards in professionalism and civility and advocating for social workers, social service agencies, children, and families at the trial, appellate, and legislative levels. In addition to mentoring mentoring her fellow colleagues and notable professional accomplishments, she taught at local and statewide conferences, and the University of Southern California and Ventura College of Law. President of the Ventura County Women's Lawyers Association, board member on numerous nonprofit organizations related to the child abuse and domestic violence. So in addition to her professionalism, her expertise, and love of public service, she gave back in many ways outside of these walls. Patty and her husband, Richard Kelman, longtime Camarillo residents, avid bicyclists and skiers, and this is really why she's retiring. She says, it's time to go out there and enjoy, and applaud her for doing that, to continue their active retirement lifestyles in the retirement, and I'm sure will also continue with their service to the community. So I really wanted to invite Patty in to recognize her. She wasn't willing, but we needed to recognize that she really has been our point person for really working through the challenges that come before our county with our most vulnerable children, through from our Human Services Agency through to our courts, and supporting all of them in really doing what's best for the children. And she has really carried that mantle and carried it with great heart and great passion for the children, and so appreciated. And I want to step down and present this to you, Patty. I invite you to say a few words and introduce those who might be here.
Oh, my goodness.
We have your husband, the judges. Any of the judges wish to come
Absolutely.
forward?
I think probably the whole office is here, which is
the whole office.
And
the
I
whole
know
office is here.
that we appear in front of Judge Young right now, and he was actually going to try and recess court today, which is where I'm supposed to be right now. And he was kind enough to let me go, and I know that he was going to try and be here, but I don't see him right now. Judge Kent Kelligrew is here, who's been a longtime friend as well. And I'm sure I'm not seeing everybody, but what is really of some significance to me, and I'm very proud of the fact that some of my opposing counsel are here, which Carlos Najera and Robert Garcia, and I'm hoping Mandy Sanderson, who represents our children in our courts, actually were sweet enough to come. Oh, thank you.
Okay, let's invite everyone down here. We're going to line up this way and face that way.
Okay, husband. Right back. Husband. Hubby.
Okay, if the judges, the social workers, everyone is here. We can do a quick picture. Yes, shoot it that way so that the board's behind us. Won't take long. Thank you. Good to see you. Yeah, good to see you.
We just don't want that hand in the picture.
Poor man.
And Oliver's here.
Oliver. Come on, Judge Kelly.
Come on, Judge.
Mike, yes.
I'm walking out. Should we be? The tall guy should be in the back.
Tall guys. Keep the judge back there. And Claudine and everybody from HSA, your day you made it. That's Kim.
Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3. Stay where you are. 1, 2.
I'm hijacking up her.
All right.
Behind the pillar thing. All right. A Patty and a Leroy. All right. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you. Thank you.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
wish you well.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy.
Thank you so much. We will absolutely
Go ski.
Yeah, absolutely.
This 9:15 is going to be real fast.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you think? Yeah, I'll figure that out. Yeah, all right. Okay, we're at item 46. We're going to go back to our 9:15 time certain item, and that's the CEO's office regarding the letter of agreement with Cedars-Sinai Medical Center.
All right.
Train
Barry
urologist.
Fisher and Dr. Wong, hey, this is your show. Take it away.
Sorry.
That's right.
Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Barry Fisher, Healthcare Agency. I also have, excuse me, Dr. Brian Wong here. We're very excited to present a affiliation agreement with another residency program for urology residents from Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. And I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Wong to talk about the benefits to our system that this will bring.
Thank you very much. Good morning, supervisors, Mr. Powers. Thank you for the opportunity to share on behalf of the Healthcare Agency. Before you is an affiliation agreement with Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, which, as you know, is a large academic tertiary center in Los Angeles County. They just recently started a urology residency training program 4 years ago. And they recognized that their training was quite specific. They were predominantly insured private patients. They were doing operations that were mostly facilitated by use of robotics and also non-invasive techniques, laparoscopy and so forth. And so the leadership at Cedars-Sinai Urology Program thought that they really needed a more diverse training for their residents. They were concerned that upon graduation, they might be limited in their job capabilities of only working in centers that had robots or had very high-tech locations. And so they actually had heard about the reputation of Dr. Paul Silverman, our urology director, reached out to him and said, hey, we want to partner with you. We want to partner with the Ventura County Medical Center. Can we send our residents to your facility so that they can learn operative technique that doesn't necessarily rely upon high technology? Dr. Silverman is known as a local expert in operative techniques that are what would be called open techniques, or traditional approaches to, for instance, removing a kidney, removing a prostate, and so forth. And their residents lacked that experience. So we looked at that opportunity. We intentionally wanted not to threaten or jeopardize the current family medicine residency, which we all know well and support through the Ventura County Healthcare Agency. We wanted to make sure that that partnership would not jeopardize their role and minimize the impact on them, and have engaged their residency leadership as well, step by step through this process. They would be becoming a single resident, their fourth-year resident. As you know, urology training is up to 5 years in length, and so these would be more senior residents. They would be coming for 3 months at a time and working under the direction and supervision of Dr. Silverman. As well as part of this partnership, they recognize that we have a need as well, just given the times where we need to send patients outside of the county to places like Cedars-Sinai for very highly specialized care. For instance, a highly specialized urologic oncology, cancer cases of the urologic system, or reconstructive cases of the urologic system. And what they've done is they're going to volunteer their time, so their faculty will actually come to our facility and operate on our patients here within the county, as opposed to sending them down to LA where their family and friends have to go and support them there. It's going to be a great benefit to patients of our system to keep their care here and raise the level of care that we can provide at the Ventura County Medical Center. So we're very excited about this opportunity. We certainly will kind of take measured steps with them and make sure that this is something that supports our system moving forward. So thank you very much for considering this.
I would just say, Chair Bennett, this is a huge compliment to the whole system, certainly to the urology department, to the quality of care the system provides as a whole, because Cedars-Sinai would not want to affiliate with anything other than a top quality facility. So congratulations to you, Dr. Wong, Barry, Joe, and the whole team. This is wonderful and great for the residents of our county. I also want to thank County Council, Auditor Controller, and others for moving this letter through so quickly so we could get started on January 1. So thank you.
We this is a nice ride that we're on. You know, the family residency program being rated #1 in the country, and then have this partnership develop with Cedars-Sinai. I want to congratulate you and everybody else involved in finding a way to both protect the residency program, which one of the real attractive aspects of our residency program is they know that they have access to these specialists.
Absolutely.
And yet still find a way for us to work out an agreement like this that's a win-win for everybody, particularly the residents of Ventura County. So thank you for having the kind of leadership that allows that kind of partnership to be worked out.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Appreciate this. Great for everybody. We need a motion to approve.
Thank you, Supervisor.
It's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. And that motion passes. And we are at item 48, and that's the Food Share Can Drive collection campaign.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Bonnie
Good.
Weigel, President and CEO at Food Share, and our wonderful team here with us this morning.
Good morning, Bonnie.
I think our county executive officer, as you all know, was also our chair for this year, our 2014 Can Food Drive and Build. And what a success we had. And so we're coming to say thank you, but we're also coming to provide an honor to Mike and the entire team, because the County of Ventura was our winning team this year for 2014. This is a really big deal, and I know we'll kind of share some of those highlights, but with me today is Jillian Wade from our development team. Susie Cummings is our executive team member that really runs the office. Jessica Interkin, who's only been here 2 months, was a new event coordinator, so just she alone deserves a round of applause for jumping in and taking this on. And then Chuck Terra is part of our development team as well. And Melissa Livingston, I think you all know, was our former board chair for Food Share, and now is our past chairman and chairs our board development committee. We are super excited to present this trophy to you. But before we do that, with your permission, we just kind of wanted to provide some highlights. We know that Supervisor Long was out there. Supervisor Bennett, you got to see this in motion and action. We probably missed the rest of you that came out. But the County of Ventura employees really stepped up to the challenge. They built 30 trees, which was huge. And just to kind of give you a sense, this is only our 3rd year. In year 1, we said, let's give this a try. Let's find a way for people to connect into the mission. They knew that if they brought in cans of food, that was going to go right out to our hungry friends and neighbors. So in our first year, we built 60 trees out at the Collection Shopping Center. In our second year, last year, 103 trees. And this year, over 230 trees were built. So you were a significant part of that. And what we love, and we really want to thank Mr. Powers and, of course, Melissa Livingston, it also was a moment of education and outreach. Every tree was personalized from every single department. And so if you indulge me, I'm just going to read some of our captains, our team leaders here at the County of Ventura that really deserve to be recognized. They went well above and beyond to rally their colleagues and their fellow team members and everyone else that they could think of to help them raise the cans needed and the dollars. And so, of course, out of CEO Powers' office is Matt Carroll and Veronica Gonzalez and Bill Nash. Our healthcare agency, Barry Fisher, Adrian Stevens, Human Services, Barry Zimmerman, Jock Doss, and our area on agency, Victoria Jump, Monique Nowlin, Public Works, Jeff Pratt, General Service Agency, Paul Grosgold, Paul Young, Stephanie Perez, Christopher Ramirez, Donna Schmidt. From probation, Mark Varela, who, oh my gosh, they had, I don't know how many people out there at one time. It was awesome. From our fire team, Mark Lorenzen, the airport's got involved. Todd McNamee, our information technology service, Mike Pettit, our county clerk recorder, Mark Lunn, our wonderful Agriculture Commissioner Henry Gonzalez and his team, our Resource Management Agency, Chris Stevens and their team. They were all out there, plus their teams, and I don't have all of their names, but we cannot thank you enough. And who doesn't like to win? So there was some friendly competition going on, and I'll let you know how close you got. The Ventura County Credit Union, 28.14 trees. We counted every single can because we wanted to make sure we had our facts right. The Ventura County Star asked every single reader to donate 2 cans as well, and they had just shy of 25 trees. Wells Fargo donated $60,000. VCCU also spent $10,000 to pay for the 15-foot can of green beans, and of course, you know we need those, right? Absolutely incredible. And Cumulus Radio gave us, all in all, the media provided almost $934,000 in telling the story about our hungry friends and family. And it was an absolutely beautiful example of what collective impact is. And that's really why we're here today. If we could do this around a can tree build, what can we continue to do together with those 3 legs of the stool, which is our public government partners, our for-profit partners, those corporations and businesses that are the backbone of our economy, and our peer nonprofits. This one simple event demonstrated that when we come together, we can truly have collective impact in a way that's not only efficient, but really effective. And so it's with that Miss Jessica is going to come up, or do you want to come down here and receive? And do you want to say anything before we present your trophy?
If that's okay, yeah.
Of course, we're the chair.
I'll keep it very brief. If that's okay, Chair Bennett. I just want to thank you, first of all, Bonnie, for your leadership in Food Share. There's something special going on with Food Share. It's just really taken off. The awareness that you raised, the positive energy, it's amazing. And you could feel it out at the site. It was just sparkling. And so thank you. And Melissa, your great leadership through this whole thing was amazing. I want to thank our county family here. You can see a lot of the folks who are here. We had 16 different departments represented out there all over the place. Airports had little airplanes on there. It was amazing. They stayed there. And it was great competition, but it was the community coming together too. I mean, you mentioned the credit union. Joe Schrader and that whole team there, they've been there from the beginning for you.
And by the way, he says he's winning next year. So
I have no doubt.
He couldn't be here today.
I thought it was a little much that he sent a drone to fly over our trees to count them, but still, it's good competition. I like it now, but we appreciate his spirit. The Star, Farmers was out in force. Still got that song in my head. But just an amazing turnout and a great, the community coming together. So just thank you for all you've done. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
If I could say thank you, too. I really enjoyed being able to get out there and take pictures and feel the crowd that was there building from the schools and all over the county. It really was wonderful. And I know the next day had to be cleanup. How was that managed?
It's like Disneyland, right? The magic of volunteers. So I think you all, 90% of our workforce are all volunteers. They really do get paid with a hug and a thank you. And they came out in full force to disassemble those trees. And Supervisor Long, I know you were out there on Saturday. Somebody asked me, how long will this food last? And it was beautiful, but that's 1 week's worth of food. And I think it really gave impact to so many about how the community can come together and make a difference. But it was them from beginning to end. Our volunteers are absolutely spectacular. And your county staff members really stepped up to the plate and they led this. And again, it's an example of what we can do when we decide that we will and the impact that it can have. We'd love to get a picture with all of you with your trophy. And most importantly, please save the date because on January 8th is actually the big wrap-up party. And so, Mike, they'll probably put you on their shoulders. There'll be lots of cheering. But we'll present the second and the third. And we also have some special other recognitions. And we really would like to have our County Board of Supervisors there with us to present thanks to those sponsors and partners.
And Bonnie, we appreciate the award. We appreciate your leadership in terms of inspiring everybody for this. We hope you'll take back to all those volunteers, the appreciation of the Board of Supervisors, because we know week in and week out, those volunteers are really what make Food Share produce for all the people in Ventura County that need this. So we hope you'll pass that on to them.
Definitely.
Thank
and like
you
I said,
very much.
Please join us for that breakfast.
Bonnie, I also want to thank you and thank all the Food Share, your staff and your volunteers, and also our departments and agencies. We couldn't be there, but my staff was there. Lourdes, Jesse, and Tracy. We were at another meeting, VCTC, ribbon cutting for new buses that we had out there at the VCTC board, but we want to commend you for the excellent job that you do for the community and all the people that you feed, and thank you so much for the excellent work.
Thank you for your support.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And
Shall we do a
also just
picture?
thank you too, the awareness that you bring to the issue is, through something like this, people could have written checks, but this just brings that spirit of community, and it's so nice to see the cooperation of so many coming together for such a good cause. So congratulations.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks. You know what we heard over and over, the trees that were personalized, great idea, Melissa, because what we heard was we didn't realize the county did that. And I think for a lot of folks, they don't realize all the big pieces and parts that make the county, the services that you provide. So I think you have to build at least 30 trees again so you can do that again.
Oh, no, we've raised the bar.
Saying.
What are we thinking? Well, thank you, Bonnie. I do also want to give a special recognition to GSA. They did a lot in terms of getting the cans that all the generous county employees collected here out to the site. IT, the same. Area Agency on Aging, Victoria Jump, she got a grant. Yeah, that's right. For thousands of cans. So we're going to build a shrine to her, a can shrine.
And speaking of shrines, this is made up of cans.
Of course it is.
Great. What a
Better than
great
the Oscars.
idea.
What are you talking about? So good. Maybe we could have the whole county team, everybody who's here who participated, come on down. I feel like I'm pulling a Supervisor Bennett here too. So people on the left will back up here, and so we'll get a picture together.
Great. Thank
that's
you
okay.
so much again.
Going down there?
Yeah.
Okay. I know what the rules are.
I think they're going to bring everybody.
Yeah, you need to be
So now where do you want me? That's the... Sitting right here. Sitting right here. Well, where's Mike?
Harry and Austin. We're going to put you between these.
I like it. All right.
Way back there.
It's got good heft to it, too. All right. We all in here? All right.
Yeah, you have to have Jillian, you better give her your iPhone.
There you go. Trees, say trees.
Hurry, I can't suck it in any longer.
Yeah, we're breathing.
There we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Very
No.
I think I got it.
All right.
Thank you all, county employees.
Thank you.
And I wasn't teasing. Thank you, everybody, so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How are you, beautiful? Good to see you.
Wonderful. Yeah. Awesome. I'll have to pass this around. Right, no, it should be fast.
I was going to text you. Text you.
Meeting back to order. And we have a countywide strategic plan update, 20 minutes, and we're going to try to keep it to 20 minutes if we can. All right?
I think I may be able to beat that, Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you.
All right. So if we could bring up the presentation for number 50, please.
49.
Good morning, Board. Supervisor Bennett and Mr. Powers, I know, will be joining us soon.
Yeah.
Just as background, on September 13th of 2011, your board approved the county's inaugural strategic plan. It was designed to guide and gauge our direction and progress toward achieving a set of defined goals with very objective measures and not just high-level statements.
And Mr. Carroll, before you present that, I'm going to ask Mr. Powers to introduce it. Okay?
Okay.
Right.
Thank you, Chair Bennett. Just real quick, I mean, this is your board strategic plan, our county strategic plan, and one of the things we wanted to do with this is do a check-in and a check-up with it, because we don't want this to be a dust catcher. We want this to be a real meaningful document that we use and that we adjust to really guide all of our operations here at the county, to focus on customer service and then to measure. We can all talk about nice things and how it's going and so forth, but you don't know how you're doing until you measure with data. And that's what you're going to see. There's good concepts, good policy concepts, but there's also good data points that we're also integrating into our normal operations. This is not like a separate thing. We want this to be part of our budget processes, part of our board letters, part of everything that we do here every day at the county. And that's what this is about. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Carroll. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, so as you'll recall, the strategic plan was centered around 5 focus areas, and those focus areas reflected where much of our activity occurs here at the county. And then within those focus areas, there were 18 strategic goals, 73 objective measures, 73 objectives, and as Mike said, 106 specific measures. So it was something that was very objective as we tried to measure going forward. In this presentation, we're just going to briefly go over the status of the 5 focus areas and the goals of each. We're going to move very quickly here. And then for each of those focus areas, I'm going to just touch upon 1 or 2 highlights, some things we've done well, some things we're challenged with. And so with that, and then we'll also spend some time talking about the major changes going forward or updates going forward. First of our 5 focus areas was good government and financial stability, and this focuses on those foundational components of being a good government, covering such areas as being a peak-performing organization, maintaining the county's long-term financial strength, and investing in initiatives and tools to optimize our services. Now, for each of the focus areas, you'll see at the very top a general meter, which says, based on all the measures underneath which support the strategic goals, the next level up, how we're doing as a whole. And you'll find that in this focus area 1, and the majority of our focus areas, we're in the green. That doesn't mean all our measures are in the green or our goals, our strategic goals are in the green. But overall, of the 96 measures that support all of our focus areas and goals, 76% are green, 17 are yellow, and 7% are red. So we do have some challenge areas, but the vast majority we're doing very well and making progress moving forward. With regard to this focus area 1, again, the strategic goals centered around, as you can read them up there were 3, being a peak-performing organization, maintaining our long-term financial strength, and investing in technologies and process improvement efforts to maximize our services and efficiencies. Each of those strategic goals is measuring a green. Now, again, there's many measures underneath those strategic goals, and we didn't hit on all of them, but we did better than planned on many of them. So here's a summary of some of the highlights of focus area 1. We talked about financial stability. At the time we adopted this plan, we had just received newly upgraded credit ratings and debtor ratings, and those were less than AAA. Well, since that time, and our measure was to maintain those new ratings, but since that time, in the last year, we've received upgrades to AAA. So that one is obviously met, and we've actually exceeded it. We've not just maintained those earlier credit ratings, we've moved them up. We talk about customer service standards. We had a variety of measures in this area for customer service. We were going to define core competencies, what are a common set of customer service standards. We were going to incorporate those in performance reviews. We were going to put them in surveys in all of our major program areas, make sure all of our major program areas had surveys, and then we were going to collect the results. Well, we did the first 3 of those. We've defined the common measures, incorporated them in all our service feedback mechanisms, and we've confirmed that we have feedback mechanisms for over 120 county programs and services, all our major programs and services. Now we're collecting the results of that, and we haven't got all of the ratings back yet. We have 55 of those 120 programs we have ratings back on. They're averaging in the range of, on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being best, in the area of a 4, greater than 4. So we're doing well in that area. We just haven't got all the ratings back yet. And so we have to be honest. We say we're doing well in what we have, but we haven't gotten all. That's the yellow up there. Technical upgrades. We had some very aggressive technical investments and upgrades we're going to make. We did very well on those. We implemented our payroll HR update. We had a facilities management system we wanted to bring in and populate. We had our land use system we wanted to do. That was the Excella system. All those have been implemented and they were successful. Additionally, you see in that circled area, we've had a lot of things we've done that weren't part of our original measures, our objectives. We brought in a new county health site. We have a tremendous amount of public health data on the public health website called the Health Matters data set that really tells the pulse of the county. That's a technology investment, but it really is an example of a bottom line. And then a bottom line health indicator in the technology area. And then we have multiple mobile apps. You've seen ICOP, you've seen Animal Services app, and I know Mike and his team are developing additional ones. So we've done that in addition to meeting our major areas in this technology investments. Where we're challenged, and only challenged to some degree, is this last area that's a red, and I think that red is one of only two you'll see today, is in process improvement area. And it's a very narrow measure that says how many portfolios do we have out there, how many agencies have portfolios of future process improvement events tied to their strategic plan that they're going to do. Well, we know that all of our agencies and departments are participating actively in process improvement events. And exceeding actually our goal of number of process improvement events and the results, and getting some very good monetary and resource returns on that. But this goal of having portfolios in place was a bit of a stretch, and we didn't meet our objective there. So again, it doesn't mean the process improvement program isn't actively occurring. All the agencies are engaged. This was the icing on the cake, and we haven't met our goal in that area. We're going to leave it in there. We think it's the right goal to have and continue forward with it. But it's one of those areas that we just haven't, I guess, say the icing on the cake is the best way to describe it. So moving into focus area number 2 had to do with our county workforce and investing in our county workforce. You see we had, overall we're doing well in that we're, again, in the green area. We had 3 strategic goals in there, and it was working on bringing our workforce in, recruiting in a timely manner, developing and investing that workforce, the second goal, and then ensuring that our culture is one of empowerment and investing in developing the leadership, not only the all employees, but particularly in this case, leadership. So as you see, that's kind of hard to say, 2 out of the 3 are in the green. And where we're challenged in this area is in strategic goal number 2. And I'll just go to that's the one yellow on here, and I'm going to kind of try to get through these quickly and maybe touch upon not all of them. But we talked about empowerment, and one of the areas of empowerment, we had a measure to recognize employees. And that was a very narrow measure that we were going to recognize them via C-Word and the STAR and C-Word Award. Those are 2 active rewards programs, most of which come before your board. Well, we know for a fact that all of our agencies and departments are recognizing their employees in a variety of mechanisms, a variety of methods. This is just one narrow thing, that's a narrow goal measure that we're going to have STAR and C-Word Awards. We actually have met an objective in that area, the number of employees to receive those awards. What we didn't meet was our objective of the number of different departments who've taken advantage of those awards. So that's the one yellow in our area. I will talk about some of the good things in leadership training. We had some pretty, at the time, aggressive training goals. We were going to bring in this whole new leadership academy, the last measure on this, that was modeled after Santa Barbara. And we brought that in, and we brought it in. It was for middle-level managers on up. We brought that in, we conducted it, we got our targeted number of employees and senior managers through that. But we've gone beyond that, as we'll talk about. In addition to that, we've developed what wasn't even on the radar scope at that time, a series of 14 courses, nuts and bolts, which you've heard about, for all our management employees, especially some of our new managers. And we've actually, while we brought that one in, we additionally developed this nuts and bolts, and we're training on that. And now we have a goal going forward in the new plan that we're going to cycle nearly 1,000 of our managers through this nuts and bolts training over the next 18 months. And that started about 4 months ago. So one that we met with a pretty modest goal, but we really exceeded it when it came time to the actual training that we put in place during that time frame. Moving on to focus area number 3. This area is one that focuses on environmental, our facility and infrastructure, and land protection. We've generally done well in this area, as you can see. Again, in the green meter, we had 4 at the top. We had 4 strategic goals. Those strategic goals centered on promoting land use policies, managing and improving our public infrastructure, reducing energy usage, and making the best use of water supplies toward long sustainability. So again, all of the overall area and the strategic goal is in the green where we are, but we do have some challenges. This was one of our broader areas, and we had many, many measures in there. A couple of the areas that we're still challenged with is the percentage of unincorporated, here's an example of a measure, percentage of unincorporated acreage remaining in productive farmland. We had a goal to lose less than 1% over the measurement period. We lost right about 1%, so we're just barely over that, less than 1%. But to be honest, it's a yellow, but we're doing very well in that area in general. It was a very small amount that we were off by meeting our goal. We have pounds per day of solid waste disposal and landfill. Good story there. Our target was 7.7 pounds per person, and the actual was 6.5 pounds per person per day. So we beat that measure. Another example of a measure we beat was reclaimed water. Our goal was 500 acre feet, and we actually brought in 720 acre feet during the measurement period. And going forward, we're projecting 734 acre feet by the end of this December. So another example of an area that's in green. Where we're challenged, and this is the second of our red measures, is in our greenhouse gas reductions. And this has to do with county operations, and we're not unique. We had a goal to save 15% or reduce 15% by 2020, and the plan had incremental measures we were going to make along the way. And the reality is we weren't able to meet those measures. We actually increased our greenhouse gas reductions by a small percentage. And that's a challenge that, in speaking with the folks that were working in these measures, is not uncommon. Any of the growing organizations, the government organizations, are having a real challenge to meet those, especially when you're increasing square footage like we are here at the county, as well as some increase in staff. So it's another example of holding ourselves accountable. We didn't meet that goal. We think it's the right goal to have. They've talked about a variety of different goals, and they're going to keep this goal going forward.
Mr. Powers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. But I just want to really speak to this for a moment, because really there's been a ton of work in this area and a lot of progress. And if you look at on a per square foot basis, the greenhouse gas emissions have been reduced. We've been in the sort of fortunate position of being able to expand services by adding a hospital, adding larger clinic spaces and so forth, and fire stations and things. So it's kind of a good problem to have, but the county workforce as a whole has done a tremendous job, I think, of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And we really focused, and your board has focused on investing in solar projects here, which gives us a lot of bang for our buck in terms of reducing our carbon footprint. So a lot of work going on here. Thank you.
Okay, moving into focus area number 4, this focused on community well-being. It is our broadest focus area. It covered our healthcare agency, our human service agency, 2 of our largest, our area agency on aging, and a variety of other programs that roll up into community health. You can tell in that we had over 6 strategic goals in this area, so that's one of the larger areas. The first 4 have to do with setting ourselves within our healthcare agency as setting the standard in healthcare excellence. Strategic goal number 2 was ensuring that the community is well informed about health matters. Strategic goal number 3, ensuring the community has access within their communities to our health services. And finally on this page, providing services in a timely manner and encouraging self-sufficiency and treating everyone with dignity. So 3 of the 4 on this, and I'll talk about some of the highlights, are green, with the information goal in the yellow at this point. The final 2 strategic goals in this area had to do with making sure those who need our assistance, especially children and the elderly, receive those goals and assistance. So our challenge in this area, our results in this area, were very strong. And you can see we did meet the goal of 2 to 3 new co-location sites out in the community. That was the first strategic goal, of actually having our services available out in the community, and that did occur, and we did meet that goal. Opening new programs such as the PICU, which was a measure and a goal at the time, that was accomplished. Increasing the number of foster homes, I think our goal was 56 over a 2-year period. We increased that by 58, so slightly above, but we did meet that goal. Where we did have the challenges in this area, and I apologize, I said there was only 2 red. This is another red, is in meals and chores and I think travel trips for seniors. And there was a tremendous number of these. I think meals, the goal was 150, and we delivered over 100,000. So again, a lot of good work went into this here. We just, in this particular area, especially with regard to Victoria and her AAA, she set some very aggressive goals, and those were not met. But it doesn't mean a lot of good work didn't go on. A lot of chores occurred, a lot of, like I say, meals, and a lot of rides delivered on there. So very quickly, that was focus area number 4. Focus area number 5, our final focus area, has to do with public safety. And again, this area is in the green, and the 3 strategic goals were maintaining high-performing public safeties, successful early intervention strategies, and engaging in successful methods when we do end up dealing with offenders. As you can see, they're all in the green at this point. Touching upon a couple of the highlights, we talked about the number of transition plans for mentally ill. We had a measure to have 80% of those folks with mental illness transitioning out of our jails to have transition plans. Well, we've actually made 100%. That was a big renewed our big new focus in the last couple years, and we've actually exceeded that goal pretty substantially. We did have a goal to set the target of the number of people with mental illness in our jail at a very specific level. It was 686 in this case, and we actually had 700 during the measurement period. So there's another example of we had a good goal. We worked well towards it. We had the transition plans in place, but we didn't meet the number of inmate goals that we were going to have within the system during the measurement period.
Do we feel like we're going to be able to meet that goal next cycle? And are we holding the goal the same?
We're holding the goal. We're keeping the goal in place going forward.
Great.
Yeah.
No, I'd just say that 700 is a pretty round number to say we had 700, so maybe there needs to be some more look at how we identify in the jails.
Okay. Yeah, we did look at that, and 700, it happens to be the measurement period. It doesn't mean that it's 700 today or it's 700 tomorrow, but that was the number reported. So thank you for bringing that up. And then the final measurement to call out here that was a great success is the number of new neighborhood watch programs developed. And we had a modest goal of 10, and we met that goal of 10. What was really exciting about that is during the ensuing period, the sheriff came up with an electronic mechanism for neighborhood watch programs. And when now you include those virtual neighborhood watch programs, we have over 134, I think is the new number going forward, 134 new neighborhood watches. So change in technology, but we're able to beat that measure substantially.
In terms of, well, never mind.
So that's the 5 focus areas. I know that's at a very high level. We've had a chance to share the detailed plan with your board, and we have many of the champions and folks who actually deal with the measures here today to answer some of those questions. But in observance of the time, we'll go ahead and move forward and just quickly summarize about the new changes. As Mike said, there's a real continued emphasis, and it's kind of the foundation of this update, is to bring this plan and make sure it's consistent with our daily operations. It's integrated into those in our budget development process, and it's not something that's separate. It's something that's ingrained in what we do, and you see that in your board letters coming forward, but we want to make that and take it to the next level and continue our efforts in there. Additionally, we want to recognize some of the new demands on our system, and that has to do with things that weren't even in existence at the time your board adopted this plan in 2011. Minor things such as realignment, the Affordable Care Act, Medi-Cal expansion. Mike wanted to make sure, and our champions wanted to make sure we really focused on those new environment that we're working in going forward.
Well, you're on that. I would just point out that it doesn't rise to anywhere near the level of resource intensity that any of those rise to, but certainly the no-kill, the goal of the no-kill shelter out at the animal shelter, we set a more modest goal, which is to make good faith efforts to try to get there, and we ended up getting there. But so recognizing that somehow would help us in terms of budget prioritization, et cetera.
Yes, yes, and that's a good identification of something that is in the new plan to continue the maintenance as a no-kill shelter that wasn't even incorporated in the first one. So that is in the update. So we'll move through these very quickly because we spent some time individually with your board on each of these. Focus area number 1, we have this is our good government area. We have a multitude of new new focuses, new goals, new objectives. And the first one is an entire new section on fostering a business-friendly environment. And so you have new strategic goals, you have new critical measures in there, and I think we're going to talk about that a little in the next two items on your agenda. But that's going to be a continued focus area, but with increased emphasis. I know that's something Mike's been something he's really had us focus on and been near and dear to what he's looking for in the county family, and I know we're going to recognize and make sure that's in the plan going forward. We want to continue to improve our performance measures. We came out with an initial set of performance measures, and it's time to relook at those. We do that every year, but really tie them into state and funding mechanisms, tie them into the strategic plan, as Mike said, make it operationally one and the same, and tie those into the funding mechanisms at the state and federal level as well. We want to improve our communications both internally and externally. One of our original goals was to develop a PIO, or public information plan. That's bigger than a public information officer. It's a plan on how to utilize our cadre. And now we want to move forward and begin hitting on some of the objectives and goals in that plan. We want to continue, we want to, I know we've started in this area, but again, it's one of our primary goals is to make your board's agendas, letters, and reports more understandable and readable to the public. So that's going to be front and center in the plan going forward. We want to continue to expand the utilization of technology and mobile applications in pursuit of becoming a paperless organization that serves a mobile population. And then we want to use data. We've been a data-driven organization. I think that's something we've focused on extensively the past 3 years, and now we want to take it to the next level and use that data to identify gaps in our services. An example is such as veteran and homeless services. So we really want to use that data in an effective manner.
Before you leave this area, I'm going to try to capture an intangible here, and that is, these are the kinds of things that an organization that's truly committed to constant self-improvement jump after, right? I mean, look at the fourth one. Now, making your board's agendas, letters, and reports more understandable to the public. That only comes from an organization that says, hey, what are we doing and how can we do everything better, right? But every one of these things is in that, area that I would call identifications, that they're not areas that an organization that's sort of camping or comfortable would tackle any of those things. So I really want to compliment this focus area 1 in particular. I think demonstrates that commitment. So nice job.
Thank you. Moving on to focus area number 2. I know it's been brought up by one or more of your board members, and I know it's critically important to Mr. Powers. And this is a new goal, objective, and measures on a healthy workforce. And you'll find that front and center again in the new plan. Not only how we bring in people, but how we take care of them healthy and put incentives and programs more than we have today. We have some award-winning programs, but actually put some tangible items in place to reward utilization of that program.
Mr. Chairman, I have some comments I'd like to share on the second bullet point. Should I share that now or after the presentation?
Now.
No. Okay. I just, first of all, this is great to, update our county strategic plan. But one of the recommendations that I have is that for our staff is that we have a lot of county executives and managers that deal with the public every single day. And we, of course, we have a very diverse Ventura County areas here in our county. And a lot of the managers deal with the public every single day. They're not only in services, but in hiring individuals and so forth. So I am proposing that let me back up a little bit. Some of the people have shared with me, or some of the residents have shared with me, that their voices that are not being heard. That we in government, not just the county, all governments are not sensitive to their needs. So what I would like to propose in this plan, strategic plan, is to include cultural sensitivity, training, programs for all county departments, and particularly with those who interact with the public frequently and also on a daily basis. But I believe here in the county that we're doing a great job with sensitivity training and culture training. But I believe that if we add this to our strategic plan, the sensitivity training and cultural training, that this plan can then be formalized and to send a message that we in the county are working hard to be culturally sensitive to our individuals. So I would like to add that particular part of it. Maybe I missed it here in the presentation, but I think I really would like to see the sensitivity training and culture training for our executives, our managers, and all our employees that work here for the County of Ventura. So I would like to hopefully add something in there about that.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Supervisor Zergo. So that's a great idea, and we'll do that. I want to just speak to this item, just the way it's phrased is, I'm not comfortable with this new objectives. Maybe the objectives are new, but there's been a consistent focus and priority from our office, and I know your board, to ensure diversity in our entire workforce and in our leadership and managers as well. So to reflect our community, that has been a real priority, as you and I have spoken on many occasions.
And we have met with other individuals that believe that we're not really listening to them, and we are, and I think that by being culturally sensitive to those issues, I think it's important that we convey that message to the public.
Understood.
If I might just comment on that, I certainly feel that is important, and I think as important is perhaps, not perhaps, but spelling it out, putting it in this area in language. I think it's already existent in our training programs and orientation to a certain degree, and maybe in some areas even mandatory, but to be able to spell it out and make it part of this document would be important to do.
Especially the way things are happening throughout our country, throughout the U.S. United States, it's extremely important that we share with the public that we in the county are culturally sensitive to the feelings of many people. I think it's important.
Also,
quick question, Supervisor Parks.
I agree to do what we can do. We need to do that. When I look at the focus area is a healthy workforce, we're talking about our county workforce. And I don't know if we already have a measure, but I know there has been concern about the length of time an employee may be off because of a disability, workers' comp, and before we can get them back on again. And maybe if we don't already do that, have a measure of trying to reduce the days an employee is off, or before they can see a doctor, putting some measure along in there. And another thought about a healthy workforce, and this is something that we may discuss at a future time, but I know I did see listed Supervisor Long's effort to do the CSA, to community-supported agriculture, so employees can go ahead and sign up to get fresh produce. But we may also want to consider a community garden for employees where they can actually, we have so much space around the government center, it might be a nice thing to do for the health of our employees.
And I don't want to drag this out too long, but continue to invest further in staff development and training, the fourth point there. I would be interested in, I mean, that goal written as is, if we make an investment in staff development, we can say we met that. I'd love to identify what are those things that we think our staff needs more development in? Is it more technology skills? Is it more whatever? But to the extent that we identified some of those things and put those on the list, that seems like it would be helpful. Right?
And going back to bullet number 2, making sure that we do recruit the unrepresented, the people of color and women. I think it's extremely important that we do that, because we have a lot of good women, a lot of good individuals that could be trained and recruited, for jobs here in the county.
And I should clarify that particular goal. That should, and I apologize for the wording, it should say new targets, in that we are going to bring to your board early next year the updated EEOP plan, and that reflects the latest census numbers. So as Mike said, we've always had that goal, but based on the latest census, we will have new measures, new targets that come out of that goal. So I apologize that construes that those were not a focus we had before. It's new targets associated in this area that will come out in that EEOP plan.
Thank you. And by the way, when we met, you and Elaine did a good job representing the strategic plan to us, and that really stuck out in my mind, that we need to be culturally sensitive to women and other individuals. Thank you.
Two things, just to follow up, Supervisor Parks on disability management. Great points, and as I think we've talked about, we're setting up a disability management program to focus on that issue because it is so important countywide to all of our departments. So we're going to focus on that. Supervisor Bennett, on the managers identifying those areas and more specifics, agreed. One of the things that we've talked about is for example, budget management and so forth. And that's why in the nuts and bolts management course that Kelly and her team have developed, that budget management is really front and center, and that way you know that all 800 or so county managers have that same high level, because everybody comes to the table with a different level of expertise in that area. We want to make sure everybody has that same high bar. So that's the kind of thing we want to be specific about and intentional. Good, thank you.
All right, let's continue. Okay, moving on to focus area number 3. We have, this is our focus area with land use, and one of the things we've come to realize, and the champions really took the people who were working on this area, is that we need to partner with our cities and our business partners and our agency partners outside the county to be effective in this area. So you're going to see a new emphasis. Those goals aren't going to go away, but they're going to recognize we need to work in partnership to achieve those land use goals. We also talk about the concept of in the new plan of simple and seamless, and that instantiates itself. Just like the training, there are specific measures underneath the plan for that. Things like, and I think this has been talked about from the dais, improved additional checklists, increased public information mechanisms, the update of the subdivision ordinance, which will hopefully make the system easier to navigate. So those are all detailed measures that are in there to support offering simple and seamless service as we go forward. Champion cost-effective energy reduction through independent as well as regional efforts. And the focus there is regional. Again, a recognition that we can't do, that it's not enough to focus internally. So you'll see some new measures and goals on working regionally with energy reduction. And then finally, additional regional perspectives in the area of water. We do a lot of work regionally with water. We have some new challenges and some new requirements. You're going to get briefing on this later today in this area. So again, not just our own water usage. And we had some goals in the region to reduce water usage, but we're going to focus more regionally in that area as well. So in a nutshell, in the land use area, infrastructure, more regional focus. Going forward in focus area 4, I would say this is the focus area that you'll see the biggest stretch.
I'm sorry, if I may, when you're doing land use, I think you did mention it, the strategic goal and how we've met in trying to retain open space, for example, and we lost 1% and we're thinking that's okay. But I think we could also have a goal now that we are approving easements for open space when developers develop. We often require a mitigation measure of an easement, but there can actually be a target of determining, actually it should be like no net loss if we can make it up with easements and other measures. But I think that is a good goal to have too.
Matt, though, when you talk about that ag land, you're talking about planted ag land, aren't you?
Yes.
Yes. So we may not have lost it. It's just somebody didn't plant something, right? So we're just talking about how much was planted, right?
Yes.
So we have to, I think she's right, though, and if we're gaining some in easements, but if we're also not, we haven't planted something, but, I mean, when you talk about the real acreage it's out of, that could be used for ag,
yes,
we should probably have some way to determine that.
Aren't the figures coming from the Land and Conservation Act funds?
I believe that was the case, but going forward, we're going to use a little bit more detailed data in the Ag Commissioner's report.
Okay, but I like the idea, though, of having the goal not just be 1% loss, but actually try to keep it from by adding on it.
So no net loss. Okay. Okay. Focus area 4, and again, we're staying at a high level. But this is an example. Focus Area 4 is an example of where we did some really good work, new facilities, new programs. But we're going to, especially within the healthcare agency, they've done a great job of moving from general to very specific community health indicators. They call it the triple aim. I think Elaine and I tried to explain that with you. We're not the experts in this area, but it really talks about specific community-based measures on health, as well as cost per service, cost per unit of delivery of service. So they're really going to move. And if you look at the total number of measures that have increased within the plan, this is the area, healthcare, where most of those measures are increasing. They've really stretched and are going to go toward bottom line, how is the health of the community? And so you'll see that in focus area number 4. That's the biggest change going forward.
Is that the one that's community well-being?
Yes.
I would also suggest there are areas that have been identified by our public health department where you have high rates of diabetes, low income, and lack of produce in stores where they could buy good produce and healthy foods. We've had some presentations on efforts to do that, but it seems like that would be a good goal to have out there too.
And Rico's been doing a good job.
I do believe diabetes is one of the measures, is one of the goals in there, but the produce and community markets certainly.
And it is a good outcome to reduce the number of people with diabetes, but if you have an actual product that you can say we've been able to have stores in areas that don't have stores where you can buy fresh foods.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to share with you too that Rigo is doing a great job over in Colonia too with the community gardens and actually working with people on healthy foods and eating vegetables and exercising and so forth. So I think the gardens are really good ones.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do have a couple of additions I'd like to make in this area, and if you look at page 25 in the strategic plan, through the Public Health Department, Rigo and SELFA, and the leadership group on community transformation, looking at areas we can work on that improves that community health supervisor, and look at food deserts, and look at what changes can we do. So there's was a task force put together by the governor a couple years ago that looked at was charged with developing health and all policies. And out of that were some strong recommendations that really now are coming down to the counties, and counties are moving ahead to adopt health and all policies as a piece of strategic plan, a piece of general plan, and to really advance this dialogue and advance implementing some steps that will improve the public's health. So under Objective 3 on page 25, it says implement community-level population health strategies. I'd like to insert population health in all policies strategies. And I'll just say that the Health Matters data set and all of this good work that public health has been doing in the new year, bringing forward more information to the board and for your consideration on this, how will we actually do health in all policies. But first to put this in the strategic plan, and also look to see where we can put it in the general plan. And I would also add that under the measures and tactics component of this focus area 4, we're going to go all the way to X, Y, and add a Y if you concur, and that and I'll give the language to the clerk that Y piece would say that health and all policies will assist leaders and policymakers to integrate consideration of health, well-being, and equity during the development, implementation, and evaluation of policies and services. So it just adds a little more broad umbrella and discussion point to that. So I'd like to already put that out there for your consideration as we move in adopting this plan. And I had talked with certainly Matt and Elaine and Rigo and Selfa, and I feel that this will give us that opportunity next year to really look at how can we advance this component.
I know a lot of the objectives are numeric targets, so that seems pretty broad to me to be able to have a target number for that. But something like what you were talking about, the food deserts and being able to bring that on, I don't know if you want to call that out as a specific objective too that has a numeric target.
I support Supervisor Long. I think that health and all policies practices in the county is a really important objective that we incorporate that into the strategic planning process. In fact, for all departments, for that matter. And I think we're heading in the right direction because, as the supervisor mentioned, Rigo and Selfa and all the individuals are really working very diligently in that. So I think it would be a good
And I do see, certainly that has, all the measures and tactics have measured points. Perhaps it's by putting it in here as it rolls, as we come forward next year with further opportunity to look at how we could measure that this is a living document. It can certainly be added to with measurable components, if that's acceptable.
Yes. Absolutely. I think this is a living document, and we can work some of that in based upon the record here. And then,
okay.
Yes, and thank you for educating us on that. I know some folks had heard of that, but that was new to me personally about that policy, health and all policies. And so I think it's very appropriate that it fits in that area.
Thank you.
Okay. You're not finished with focus
Yeah, just two other things we want to touch upon, the last two ones. We've talked about case management capabilities and services, and that's a really an area our CEO has encouraged us to pursue and look at, and it's being actively picked up. In the homeless area is an example of where new case management in general is represented throughout the focus area going forward, and to focus on that as a technique and an attribute and a capability. And then finally within this focus area, we talked about a little earlier, new objectives on veteran services. So those are in there as well.
Supervisor Parks, do you have other things on focus area 4 before we go on? Okay.
Just, if I might, just one quick comment on the veteran services, and said before, just to, I'm sure you're aware, but we now have our Congresswoman and our new Assemblywoman assigned, taking on assignments of veteran services, and I think it gives us opportunity to work closely with them. So.
And we've spoken to Assemblywoman Irwin about that just the other day. In fact, we're going to convene a group and get Mike McManus and HSA and everybody together and work through that.
And Broadley's office, too, is working on that pretty diligently.
I know women veteran housing also is a major issue.
Okay. Right. Let's bring it home. Focus area number 5. And this is an area you can probably guess, and in our briefings with your board, we talked about these areas. We're going to update this in a number of ways. And first of all is to make it consistent with the goals of realignment. We focused on early intervention, high-performing public safety areas, and readiness, activation. But here we're going to try to bring it to be in consistency with the goals of public safety realignment and reducing recidivism. Now, recidivism has a couple definitions. You'll see measures in here which touch upon both, or 2 or 3 different definitions. We want to make sure we cover all our bases in here, so we have multiple goals in that area. Also, the public safety agencies have really stretched and actually committed to response times. Not that they haven't had good response times in the past, but those weren't represented in the plan. So you'll see that going forward in the plan. You'll see a continued focus on early intervention just because we're ramping up and really reflecting realignment. We're not going to move away from the concept of early intervention to prevent it. So there'll be continued focus on that. And then continued focus on discharge and transition planning. That's something that we've really ramped up in the interim period, and we're going to make sure it's reflected in the plan going forward. So with that, that's the 5 areas and the 5 generalities. And before I turn over, I do want to recognize some folks and then take any questions you may have. One of the great things about this update is the direction we got from our CEO was to make it real to the agencies and department. And Mike empowered Elaine and I and the champions to go back and really, with that sense of general direction, make this plan what it is. And as a result of that, that's why it doesn't sit on the shelf. That's why it's reflected in board letters. And it will be more so because we've had the opportunity with this update and Mike's encouragement to make it something that's real and part of our daily, what you're talking about, daily operations, daily budget. So I want to recognize Mike for that. I want to recognize the champions for all the hard work they did with the update and making it real to them and taking the ball and running with it. Our Service Excellence Council, their guidance, and continue to look at this. Your board, your leadership to allow us to take the time once again to talk about something a lot of agencies don't do that with. They focus on day-to-day operations, and you're allowing us to think strategically. And I know that, again, is near and dear to our CEO's heart. And thank you for allowing this to occur and moving forward with it. So with that, we're open to any questions.
While we're on this page, though, I think it's really appropriate that this is the last thing that we'll probably get from Elaine Crandall, but Elaine has worked.
This category.
Yeah, under this category. Elaine has worked really well. The combination of Elaine and Matt's leadership on this has been remarkable. Matt bringing his private sector expertise, and Elaine with her ability to really sort of dive into an organization and really work with the people and stuff. So I want to thank you both. This, we talk about this, and it's there's the issue of the urgent versus the issue of the important, and the day-to-day urgency can sometimes get in the way, and you guys have kept this important issue alive, front and center for us, and it's, as a result, we're an organization that has a different culture than it had 5 years ago. So thank you both for this. Supervisor Parks?
I agree, and it's wonderful that it's a living document and that it's not just sitting on a shelf somewhere and you make it happen. So I appreciate that, and not just you make it happen, but all the departments obviously are making it happen, but it's nice to see that it continues to update itself or working on it. I wanted to make a potential objective on the one regarding economic vitality, our strategic goal number 4, and this, I guess, is on page 15. And we have an objective to, I believe it's number 2, to support infrastructure programs, technological initiatives, and investments that contribute to improved competitiveness of and service to our local business community. And that objective has 2 measures or tactics. One is regarding expanding the number of broadband providers, and the other one is regarding programs to promote energy efficiency. And I'd like to suggest another one, and it's one that I have heard through a conference where I believe the county government works with entrepreneurs too, who may have some kind of patent they're looking at getting, where they want to try out their equipment, and things as simple as maybe a type of meter that we might be able to use on our campus. Or we just had an example of that great permeable pavement out there at the government center. But just being a partner, and the fact that we have an incredible amount of facilities here at the county government center, that we might be able to assist some entrepreneurs to get up and going too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Board members, I'm going to assume, but speak up if you don't, that all of the suggestions presented by board members here we're all comfortable with. If we're not, we need to speak up now. If not, I'd like to incorporate them into the motion and know that staff use good common sense in terms of trying to figure out what's the right way to modify the language to accurately, as you can, reflect sort of the intent of what we were trying to do there. All right? Okay. County Council, we're okay with that? Great. All right. So
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, just want to thank...
I'd like to make the motion with that modification to the motion, and that is the things we've heard. But go ahead, Supervisor.
I just wanted to thank, our staff, CEO, the champions, and Matt, and our staff, and Matt and Elaine for an excellent job, and hopefully that we can incorporate, the recommendations that were shared today by the board.
As we're getting ready to vote on this, I want to compliment the board members. The board has been consistent about trying to push for this being a constantly improving organization, and so good, steady leadership by board members. So thank you all. So we've got a motion. We have it seconded. We're ready to vote. And that was just 19 minutes and 59 seconds.
Oh,
right?
terrific. Thank you. I met the measure, not.
All right. Okay. We are item 50, CO's office.
Good morning, Chairman Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers. My name is Christy Madden with the County Executive Office. In the interest of time, I'm going to try and make this brief. We've heard a lot about economic vitality, and so the next 2 items before you are intended to help facilitate implementation of those new priorities. Item 50, we're seeking your permission to authorize the CEO or his designee to sign an MOU with the California iHub for Defense, Energy, and Aerospace, referred to as IDEA. Last year, the governor signed AB 250, creating the program within the governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. So far, there are 16 iHubs around the state of California. The purpose of iHubs are to stimulate partnerships, education, and job creation by leveraging assets and to provide an innovation platform for startup businesses, economic development organizations, business groups, and financial institutions. The idea has many partners from throughout Southern California who jointly commit to support the participation, coordination, and implementation of the local iHub. We are committing to contribute to speaker series, facilitate collaboration with entrepreneurs and researchers, amongst other efforts with the iHub. There's currently no funding associated with iHubs, which seems to be a common theme at the state. So we are asking your board's indulgence to have the state legislative agenda and platform include some language encouraging the development of funding for the iHub program. Todd McNamee from the airports has been very involved in the development of this project and is available to say a few words.
Mr. McNamee, good morning.
Good morning. Just, I know we're running a little bit late today, but this really is an exciting opportunity. It was a great segue from Supervisor Parks about helping entrepreneurship and partnering and collaboration. And aside from just our local entities with FACETA, EDCVC, and the WIB, we also have NASA Armstrong, Edwards Air Force Base, NOC WD out of Point Mugu, and also China Lake, along with counties of Orange, San Diego, and Los Angeles and our own, and hoping to grow up north. And this is one of those things. It started off with us participating on the aerospace side, but it's much bigger than that. And so we brought it up to the CEO level, and I think we're all excited to bring this forward to your board.
The only thing I would add is that this, for me, this speaks to one more reason why we really need to be at the cutting edge in terms of high-speed internet access. Is this technology is going to more and more require, really the best in terms of internet access and stuff as we go forward. But it's a great program and a great expansion of your efforts there at the airport, Todd. So thank you. All right. We're ready for a motion on this item. Do we have any questions? All right. Been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. And we're at item 51, CEO's office.
Okay, good morning again. Following up on 49, this item serves to document our support for promoting economic vitality throughout the county. We've updated our list of county-sponsored efforts and activities that's included in Exhibit 1. Exhibit 1 is divided into 3 sections. Section 1 is both primarily internal efforts and activities being carried out by county agencies. Section 2 are efforts that are undertaken by external partners and organizations that are supported or endorsed by the county. And Section 3, I think, is really telling. It's a fairly comprehensive list of all the community partners who help promote the economic health of the county of Ventura. So we're further suggesting that our office, in consultation with all of those community partners and our county agencies, pursue the development of an economic vitality plan, and we'll come back to your board within a year to present that. It will assess the internal and external agencies' efforts, look at gaps and overlaps, and formulate some specific recommendations for consideration as resources become available. Also in this item, we're asking your board to authorize an increase in our annual contribution to the EDCVC by $50,000 a year. We had received a request from that organization for that increase, and we've assessed and evaluated the information provided with that request and believe that this is both consistent with the new priority of the board and a very sound investment that will come back in terms of increased loans to small businesses and services provided by the Small Business Development Center. Bruce Densley is here with us today, as is Cheryl Moore from the WIB, 2 major community partners with us in this effort. So they and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
I just have one question, and that is that I would hope that there be that we have, and I just want to try to assure that be some way that we can at least try to emphasize that the funding go to those kinds of small businesses that complement the county's mission. Mm-hmm. a daycare center that can't get funding at the bank, but will provide, daycare slots for people, would be an example of what I'm talking about. So those would be something we'd be trying to make sure that our funding goes to support that. Correct.
Exactly.
Okay. Supervisor Long.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that was a nice segue. The EDC VC, and as was mentioned, Bruce Tensley is here, has a specific program that has put that as a priority to assist to develop slots for preschools, and we actually manage funds that come through Verse 5 to help with those loan opportunities to sponsor that. And I'd like to provide at this time to the board members just a quick, this is the executive summary of the Ventura County Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy that the EDC VC just completed and was adopted by the board in November. And what this SEDS does is it basically gives us an opportunity to look at economic goals in the region. It gives a snapshot of what's going on in the region. It also, it was produced by the Economic Roundtable and Doug Svensson, and serves as a compliance document for federal grants through the U.S. Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration. And it talks certainly about all our key economic drivers in the county, and again, includes in the sample of economic goals improving regional infrastructure, transportation, water resources, and broadband. Sustainable balance of employment opportunities, housing choices, agriculture, open space, natural resources, and a targeted workforce development program. So it really is an excellent document that the collaborative adopted, and we have, with this, we'll have our own living document to work with over the next few years. And Bruce and the board of directors that Supervisor Zaragoza sits on there with me also will make this move forward and use the document well, I think.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to share with her that EDCVC is doing an excellent job, and Mr. Sensley is doing an excellent job. This additional $50,000 is minimal compared to other counties that are actually contributing $1 million in some cases and $250,000 in other cases. So $50,000 is minimal for our business growth and so forth. So I really support this, and in the future maybe we can add some more dollars to that.
I think Bruce just upped his request, I think.
Yeah.
But they're doing an excellent job in increasing loans for small businesses, and my understanding is that 80% of small businesses create, or back up a little bit, small businesses create 80% of our jobs in the country. So thank you again.
And I also appreciate your comments, Supervisor Bennett, regarding trying to have these funds go towards the county's mission where we can.
That's right.
We're ready for a motion on this item. Thank you very much, Ms. Madden.
All right.
It's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. And for the people that have recently come into the room for the 11 o'clock time certain, we have two 10:30 items. They should not take very long. So we'll finish our two 10:30 items, and should be the 11 o'clock items, I would guess, in 10 or 15 minutes at the most. And so we're at item 52, our 10:30 item. CEO, Waterworks District number 17, Bell Canyon. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers. For the record, I'm Dave Sasek, Director of Water and Sanitation, Ventura County Public Works Agency. This is a public hearing regarding the proposed water rate increase for Waterworks 17. I do have a short PowerPoint that I'll step through. The first slide. As you can see, the first slide gives you a brief overview of the district. We provide water to approximately 2,000 customers in the Bell Canyon area with 100% imported water. The second slide gives you a view of the cumulative annual cost of water operations and maintenance and water rate increases since 2005. As you can see, that our water rates have not increased at the same rate as the increases that we got from Cayugas, and our O&M costs, while quite varied, are not growing excessively either. It's a relatively small district, so any significant expenses tend to have a larger impact on our O&M budget, which accounts for some of the variations that you can see on that O&M line. For example, we had a water main break in 2006, 2009, 2010. We had to run temporary power to one of our booster pump stations, and then in 2012 we actually replaced that booster pump station, and so that's where you see that line going up and down. This slide is a really important one to look at. What it does is it depicts the key components of our water rate as a percentage of the rate. As you can see, the actual cost of the water is the primary driver in our rate. You can also see that overhead and the O&M for this district are gently declining over time, which the key takeaway here is that we're doing a very good job of managing the overhead relative to the cost of the water. All right, so we've conducted a detailed water rate analysis where we reviewed various options for rate increases, including a zero rate increase. And we presented that analysis to the Citizens Advisory Committee, which was appointed by your board. Included in this were the known rate increases for the cost of water, approximately 4.5% from Callegas, and a 5% estimated cost of water, of electrical costs. After review and much discussion, the committee unanimously recommended a 5% rate increase. The slide that you see on the board here gives you a good snapshot of the major purveyors in the area and where the projected rate increase would put Waterworks District 17 relative to everybody else in the county. Per the requirements of Proposition 218, we mailed notices to all the customers within the district, and to date, to my knowledge, have received no protest letters and no phone calls regarding the water rate increase. So in conclusion, at this point, the staff recommends that your board approve the recommended rate increase, and I'm standing by to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for providing that chart. I pass that around, and people are always pretty surprised to see the disparity in the numbers on those. And sometimes they're getting the water from the exact same source, probably paying Callegas the same amount, but yet they can have such different amounts. And then, of course, the other variables, whether they're getting well water or not. But it is amazing. You can try to figure out why some entities charge more than others, but I think what we're doing is very responsible, trying to keep that O&M down. And it's nice to have the support of the community group that oversees it, the advisory council. So with that, I'll go ahead and move the item.
Okay. I'd just like to make a comment that the ability to have your rates consistently go up at a lower percentage than the cost of the water that you're getting from Callegas is a real compliment to how you're running the district. So, thank you. That motion passes. We're at our second 10:30 time certain item. That's item 53.
Okay, good morning. And again, for the record, I remain Dave Sasick, the Director of Water and Sanitation, Ventura County. This is a public hearing regarding a water rate increase for Waterworks District 19. And you're going to see a lot of similarities in terms of the slide presentation. You see the district. You can see that we provide water to approximately 3,300 customers in the Somas area. Again, looking at our chart, tracking percent increase over time, you see that our water rate increases, again, are lagging those costs that we're receiving from Callegas. You see the same kind of variation with regards to the O&M cost. The real driver here is the fact that this is our oldest system, and so we have to spend a lot of time and effort in terms of operations and maintenance, flushing the system out if we have water quality issues and things of that nature. We've had some water pipe failures and other things in the district that'll cause that O&M to vary. Again, the primary driver there is the age of the system. If you look at the next slide, similar, although the cost of water makes up a smaller percentage of our water rate, primarily driven by, again, those high, relatively high O&M expenses with an older infrastructure that we're trying to maintain. You still see the same reduction in the overall overhead tracking over time as we try to manage those costs. This shows you where this district's rate balances out against everyone else projected, and you see they're very much towards the bottom of the chart there. And as in the other district, we conducted a detailed water rate analysis exploring our options, including a zero rate increase for this district, and presented it to the Citizens Advisory Committee appointed by your board. We included the same water rate increases from Cayugas and the expected SCE rate increase. And to offset the increase in costs, the committee unanimously recommended the 5% rate increase for all of our customers, Ag and M&I. Per the requirements of Prop 218, we mailed out a notice to all customers within the district. We received one protest letter, which was filed with your board, and 0 phone calls regarding the rate increase to this district. In conclusion, staff again recommends your board approve the recommended rate increase, and I'm standing by to answer any questions that you may have.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I know it is SOMAS is a difficult area for water. We have iron and manganese, and the people who use it for drinking water are not happy there about that. But the great majority of the water is being used by agriculture, I know, and that doesn't give them a problem. But I can see where there is a lot more O&M involved. But it is still, with all that, seeing that from your chart, it's the third lowest rate in the county. It says a lot. So, I'll go ahead and go ahead and move the motion. But I know we have one letter, person said that we're being greedy with this 5% increase. Do you get back to the residents when they write to you?
I'm not sure if we actually respond to every letter. We can, if
I think that would
if
be
that
helpful
desire.
to explain and let them see the facts before them. I also want to thank you. You came to the SOMAS Municipal Advisory Council last week, Thursday night, and appreciated having you there, and they were all very impressed and appreciative for your attendance. So thank you for that. And with that, I'll go ahead and make the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. That motion carries. We're now at our 11 o'clock time certain item. That's item 54. Good morning, Mr. Clifford.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, board members, Mr. Powers, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tully Clifford with the Public Works Agency, and I'm the Director of the Watershed Protection District. Today I'll be giving a brief overview of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. I'm expecting my presentation to come up here, which is why I'm hesitating. And so I'll be speaking, this slide shows the 3 bills that I'll be referring to. They are actually collectively known as the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and I will be seeking direction from the board relative to the county's role in relationship to the act. The act was created in part to recognize the need to better manage groundwater in California and to assure that the resource is sustainable through local control. And I think those are several aspects that the act talks about in several different locations. Accordingly, the act calls for the creation of a groundwater sustainability agency and the development of groundwater sustainability plans for all basins identified as high priority or medium priority. And it's not expected that the results will be instantaneous. Rather, the implementation horizon is long and includes a requirement for substantial stakeholder involvement and collaboration. The Act refers to a condition of sustainable yield. That's the maximum amount that can be extracted without causing an undesirable result. A groundwater sustainability agency will need to work with stakeholders to assess the condition of the basin, determine sustainable yield, and to implement a plan to achieve the sustainable yield without causing other problems. And this slide mentions what some of those problems really could be. There's everything from impacts on water quality to impacts on surface water to depletion of groundwater. I'll show a few of the the basins, I apologize for the size of the slide, and they're very difficult to see, but the Department of Water Resources Bulletin number 118 has identified the medium and high priority basins that are subject to the Act. There are actually 12 medium and high priority basins in Ventura, and that includes the 4 managed by Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency and the 1 managed by the Ojai Basin Groundwater Management Agency. And so I'll show those. It gets a little bit confusing because sometimes we call them by different names than the Department of Water Resources does. And incidentally, yesterday afternoon, the Department of Water Resources actually confirmed the priorities of medium and high without making any changes. That initially identified that as happening by January 31st next year. It has now been done. This slide shows the basins within and around the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency. And you can see the names there, even though the DWR does call them differently. And all of those are identified as high and medium priority. That just shows the medium and high priority Mound, Santa Paula, Fillmore, and Piru basins. The area that is in red there is actually the basin managed by the Ojai Basin Groundwater Management Agency. So with these medium and high priority basins, and the process for identifying those was included in your board letter, then there will be the requirement for a groundwater sustainability agency for all of them. The agency, or GSA, will have a variety of powers and authorities for managing a basin. This will require a great deal of data collection and management as part of the plan preparation and management activities and the ongoing implementation of the plan. It's important to note that the GSA will not have the authority to issue well permits. That authority remains with the county. This is per section 10726.4A4 in the Act. But the GSA will certainly have the responsibility to measure, monitor, and manage the groundwater. This will include several operational responsibilities. All of those are detailed in the Act, and some of them are listed on the slide here. The GSA will also have supply-side authorities, not just the demand-side activities typically seen in groundwater management agencies. This will help to achieve sustainability, as it's difficult to only deal with one side of that particular equation. Establishing supplemental water supplies may become critical in attaining groundwater sustainability. This is the show me the money slide. Fortunately, with the new responsibilities and authorities, there's also the ability to assess fees to pay for the costs of the program. Therefore, there won't just be a burden on the GSA to make that happen. This, again, it talks about fees. This includes the application of extraction fees to support the implementation of the groundwater sustainability plan. On the supply side, you can see that from this list that there are numerous groundwater supply issues that could be undertaken, but they will require a substantial investment. Collaboration with other agencies and stakeholders should help to determine which measures are best from both a technical and a financial perspective. The groundwater quality component will be a very important part of the sustainability planning. After all, if we have an abundant supply of pore water, it really doesn't get us much further ahead. So the Act includes a process to become a GSA, and the agencies desiring to do this must follow a process outlined by the Department of Water Resources, including public hearings and cooperation with DWR. At this point, we've heard of several agencies already interested in becoming the GSA for basins within their boundaries. We heard from some agencies wanting to partner with others, some agencies wanting to go it alone, and other agencies saying that they need a lot more time to review this matter to determine what course of action they would like to do. Once declared, though, the agencies must begin thinking about the development of their groundwater sustainability plan. We're pretty much at the point now where no new groundwater management plans can be adopted or renewed given our past practices. We need to look to the groundwater sustainability plans instead. Some of the support resources from DWR mentioned in the Act regarding the development of plans may not be as timely as we like. However, we're very fortunate in Ventura in that there's a lot of expertise in the agencies across the county, so I think we have a pretty good running start in this regard. From a CEQA perspective, the Act exempts the plan development from CEQA, but certainly not any projects that result from the plan and the implementation of the plan. The plans are very data intensive. There's a lot of requirements. They are not a wish list and must be measurable and manageable. Any agency or agencies forming a GSA must have the resources to manage the plan development and the implementation of the plan. As you can see, the plan requirements are quite comprehensive. Extensive and ongoing collaboration will be required to enact these plans. The bottom line result should be a benefit to the users of the groundwater, which is basically everybody, the environment, as well as the economy. With proper outreach and coordination, the groundwater sustainability plans go beyond just who can govern, who can pump, and who pays. They become an integral part of the way that we do business here. I may be stressing the cooperative, collaborative approach a bit, but it should be a key to the success of the implementation of the plans. The GSAs will still need to make very difficult decisions, but it should be after comprehensive interactions with the stakeholders. And a lot of people are still really, and agencies are trying to figure out exactly what they want to do. I was involved in a meeting yesterday with United Water Conservation District and the City of Ventura, and we discussed some of the issues that are important moving forward, and those include governance, financing, the roles and responsibilities of the existing agencies. What is the process for developing the plan? What is the process for implementing a plan? How are we impacting general plans of the cities and of the county, and how are these considered within the groundwater sustainability plan development? The nice thing about that meeting, there was certainly a willingness to cooperate and leverage the skills, the knowledge, the expertise, and the business experience of each of those agencies. So it was quite a refreshing meeting. And of course, in order to adopt a GSP, there's going to be quite an involvement with the Department of Water Resources. They have documented a process in the Act for adopting the plan, once again requiring public hearings, noticing, and a great deal of public involvement in the process. And just in case any agencies fall short, the state, of course, will be very involved in the overall process. They will even go so far as to assume responsibilities for a basin or basins if a GSA or GSP, the plan, are deficient. The state will step in. They, however, in many places in the Act, stress local control and want to ensure that the local control establishes and maintains clear objectives and actually creates plans that are effective. And there will be annual reporting requirements. So it's not simply a set it and forget it situation. These plans will have to be actively managed and reported to DWR as well as, I imagine, any boards, councils, and other agencies as appropriate on an annual basis. Just to let you know what the county folks can do, we have a great deal of skills that we can bring to bear as part of this process. We have, like I say, a lot of skills and a very knowledgeable staff. The Board of Supervisors, fortunately, has also been very involved in groundwater and other water matters. And this is just my shameless plug part for the Watershed Protection District. We have many groundwater responsibilities currently, and a great deal of knowledge, experience, expertise, valuable contacts. We've dealt with groundwater, surface water, stormwater, TMDL issues, and much more. There are several key dates associated with the Act. I seem to have made just a minor error on this slide, actually. On January 1st, 2020, that's the last day for high and medium priority basins with critical overdraft to adopt their plans. And the 2022 date is all the other high and medium priority basins. So just a minor correction there. But this time, though it seems far away, I imagine will get to us really quickly. And that's why it's somewhat important to get on this as soon as we can and do it in a collaborative fashion. This slide actually relates to assistance being provided by DWR and what we expect from them. Like I said previously, it's not necessarily always timely, but I think we do have a running start on this. So with that, we've outlined several options we feel the board could consider. This slide really shows the options of declaring an intent to become a groundwater sustainability agency alone or in partnership. And it talks about declaring for all the basins or just specified basins. This slide really shows the do-nothing option and the other option of becoming a groundwater sustainability agency only if others are unwilling to step forward and do it. That ends my presentation. I tried to make it somewhat simple. I'm sure there will be many people who want to comment on this, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
We have a number of public speakers, but do we have any questions before we go to the public speakers? Supervisor Parks.
As I recall, it was 2017 when that information about how we want to decide who's the GSA needs to be turned in. Is that right?
That's correct.
What would you like today? I mean, it seems like it's premature, at least from my perspective, to determine what our desire is for the GSA. For example, in my area, I have the Santa Rosa Valley Basin, and I have a municipal advisory council, and I sure would want to get their opinion, for example, before I take my stand. So just wondering, are you anticipating us coming out with a recommendation on who should be the GSA?
No, I'm not. I think that would be very difficult to do at this time. So we have 12 basins. In essence, 7 of them are outside of managed. And so we have to make at some point a decision in regards to that. I'm not entirely convinced that any other agencies are rushing to move forward to declare themselves, because that really sets a real short window of about 90 days for the county to take some action. I think what we're looking for more is the general direction. How do you think the county should get involved? Should we go out and meet with all the other agencies involved in these basins, or how would you like us to approach this? So I'm certainly not expecting you to say, well, on this basin, yes, and this one, no. I think we're looking for more general direction.
But there is a trigger. If an agency out there wants to be the GSA and they filed to do that, then we have you're saying a 90-day time frame in which to respond?
We have a 90-day. I'm not entirely convinced it's to respond, and County Council may want to assist me here, but I think it's 90 days to declare whether we then want to become involved in the Groundwater Sustainability Agency for that particular basin or not.
But you're not seeing that on the horizon at this point? You're not seeing an agency jumping up and wanting to be the GSA?
Well, potentially. We understand, for example, that Camarosa is taking it to their board in early January. We don't know if they will make a decision. We don't know what they will do.
Okay.
But we don't know of any others who have a specific date identified to do that.
And Camarosa is the Santa Rosa Valley Basin. I know that they do have that interest there. So I guess we'll see how that plays out.
Any other questions before we go to the public speakers? All right. Our first public speaker is Bruce Keebler, and on deck, John Christ. Good morning, Mr. Keebler.
Good morning. My name is Bruce Kubler. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Ventura River Water District, and this morning I'm speaking on behalf of the group of people that are working to form a groundwater sustainability agency for the Upper Ventura River groundwater subbasin. There are 4 local agencies as defined by the Act within the Upper Ventura River groundwater basin. Each of those has indicated their intent to participate in the formation of a sustainable groundwater agency. The Miners Oaks Water District and the Ventura River Water District adopted resolutions indicating their intent. The City of Ventura has sent a letter. You have a copy of that in your packet. And the Casitas Municipal Water District Board on December 10th approved the letter of intent to participate in the formation. I have 7 copies of the Ventura River Water District and Casitas' letter here. Our group has met several times since October 29th to move ahead in the formation of a sustainable groundwater agency, to identify the steps and the issues that we need to address to have a successful management plan. We welcome any comments. At this point, the Ventura River Water District is acting as kind of a coordinator in the overall effort. We're very early in the process here, and we welcome any comments. And if anyone has any comments, we request that they be sent to Bert Rapp, our general manager.
Okay.
That's my statement. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your leadership and trying to pull together 4 different agencies. John Christ, and on deck, Tony Stafford. Good morning, Mr. Christ.
Good morning, Chairman Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers. Hey, how you doing? John Christ, CEO of the Farm Bureau of Ventura County. I just wanted to be here today to go on record with a few recommendations from the Farm Bureau on behalf of its members for roles that the county might play going forward as this process unfolds. We do believe there's a legitimate role for the county in this process of developing GSAs and the GSPs. We would like to see that role, though, restricted as much as possible to providing data and technical assistance as these GSAs organize themselves and the plans are developed, principally because we believe the primary responsibility, the lead role, should be played by entities that either use, manage, or deliver groundwater. They have the most direct expertise in the conditions of the individual basins and the nuances of the use patterns. And so it would be most appropriate for them to take the lead, but certainly for the county to play a supportive role. As Mr. Clifford pointed out, there's a great deal of expertise in the Watershed Protection District, and we have a lot of respect for the work of the staff there. The essential role of the county, as delineated by the state legislation, is that first local backstop. If nobody else steps up, we'd much rather have the county taking on that role than the state, but we'd prefer it to be a little closer to home before it gets that far. And the other thing that I would urge, 2 more points. One is, as you heard from the presentation, there is a lot of motion right now, a lot of entities sort of pondering, trying to figure out what their role would be, negotiating, trying to figure this out. I think it would be a really good idea to just kind of sit back for a while and see how that plays out. A lot of these entities have that direct management responsibility already, or have the technical expertise, or are actually pumping groundwater and know the resource very well. And so we'd like to let that shake out a little bit, I think, before the county steps in and tries to assert a more primary role in that. And the other thing I just wanted to mention is, as we go forward on behalf of our members, Farm Bureau is going to be paying very close attention to make sure that as these agencies join together with JPAs or whatever and begin moving forward to establish these groundwater sustainability agencies, that the interests of individual private pumpers who are not necessarily adequately represented by those agencies don't get overlooked and pushed to the sideline. And so I think we're going to be encouraging and assisting whenever possible those individual agricultural and perhaps rural homeowner pumpers to organize themselves so they can interact with this process in an effective way. So we'd appreciate your help keeping an eye on that and not letting those folks fall by the wayside as these processes unfold. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christ. Tony Stafford, on deck, Lynn Jensen. Good morning, Mr. Stafford.
Good morning. Thank you. Tony Stafford, General Manager for Camarosa Water District. And I too want to go on record that of the options that was presented by staff, Camarosa could support option 5, which said that the county would be a fallback agency for the basins that weren't covered by somebody that wanted to be a GSA. But also in the presentation by staff, you noticed the rankings of the basins. And Santa Rosa Basin, of course, is the basin I'm talking about today. And it talked about that we had high sulfates, high nitrates, and some TDS issues. This isn't new to Camarosa. Matter of fact, in November of 2011, we started discussions with Callegas because we knew to address the issues in the basin, it would help if we had a salinity management pipeline that ran down the basin. And the original design did not take that into account. The salinity management pipeline was going to go up Lewis Road, the 118 to Simi. And through negotiations and discussions with Callegas, in 2014, their board elected to realign that to come down Santa Rosa Road. And what that does is allow us to start taking action. In 2013, we updated our Santa Rosa Basin Management Plan, And in that, it identified some opportunities for Camarosa and for the Santa Rosa Basin. And a couple of those were recharge opportunities. But we just didn't shelf that plan. In 2014, we actually did a pilot recharge in the Arroyo Santa Rosa, where it's a dry creek. We put in 400 gallons a minute for 28 days around the clock. Twice a day, we measured the distance the water traveled. We measured the depth of the water and the width of that stream to see if the plan that we adopted, if this was a good location for recharge, and it was very successful. It traveled a few hundred feet and then dissipated into the basin. Not only that, we've identified another location off of Hill Canyon Road, and we're currently in discussions with the Department of Public Health to do a second pilot study to see if we could recharge that part of the basin. And as staff presented, that is one of the criteria that has to be identified is recharge capability. So we've been doing that, and we were doing that, and we would have done that even before the state stepped up and said the GSAs were necessary. But not only that, now that we've successfully got the SMP coming down Santa Rosa Road, we're looking at RO opportunities and 2 RO opportunities. One, in the first recharge, we can RO water before we inject it, which cleans up the basin. The second RO project we're looking at is ROing the water as we pull it out of the basin. But to make that successful, we needed to have the SMP. So now we can pull that water that's contaminated out of the basin, discharge the brine into the SMP, and carry it off the watershed. The other thing that this does for us is the RO unit. We currently blend some of our water with import water on a 1-to-1. Well, anytime you use import water, you're importing salts into the basin. By ROing this water as we're pulling it out of the basin through wells, it eliminates the need to import water. Thus, we eliminate the importation of salts. So what I'm here to say is that Camarosa is we're moving forward, and we are going to elect to be the GSA over the Santa Rosa Basin. And if the county decides to be a GSA, we would recommend that you exclude Santa Rosa from that. And again, I'll just reiterate that we would support option 5, which would allow the county to be GSA for the basins where nobody stepped forward. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stafford.
Let me just ask real quick. Mr. Stafford, it sounds like even before this happened, you were already focused on this whole managing this basin and making sure you protected the basin, correct? Is that what you've been saying?
That is correct. We in August of this year, we put an RO unit, not in this basin, in another basin online, to take brackish water out. So we have a history of completing projects. Recycled water, 100% of our recycled water is reused. We haven't discharged out of our wastewater treatment plant for over seven years. So we're doing the things that the GSA requires, but we're moving down this path anyway.
Yeah. Well, it's just good to hear that people are out there. What the state was already saying, maybe some areas weren't being done, but it's glad to see people that are already out there doing that to protect the water sources and finding new water sources through, treating this water and stuff. So that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know that the residents are very appreciative of Camarosa out there. You've managed to keep their rates low and working well with the community.
Thank you.
Lynn Jensen. Thank you, Mr. Stafford. I have no other public speakers. Are there any other public speakers? Good morning, Ms. Jensen.
Good morning. I'm Lynn Jensen. I'm with the Ventura County Coalition of Labor, Agriculture, and Business. We represent a number of countywide businesses and rural residents who are stakeholders in this Sustainable Groundwater Management Act process, which will be a very long and costly process, it looks like. And this management process will increase the price of water for all users. The question is, how much will the prices increase? And as you can see from the previous agenda items, this morning we can already see that rates are increasing in water. In this process, what we see is science and water law must drive the decisions rather than agendas driving the science. So the science has to come first. Having 13 years' experience in underground geologic mapping, I have firsthand knowledge in the amount of interpretation and assumptions that go into geologic modeling. And what we would like to see is a fair, sound scientific process, and we believe that that particularly will happen with these agencies that have been working with these basins hands-on for time. And the path forward will depend on establishing trusting cooperative relationships with communication as the foundation for an effective process. As has been stated, there's 12 groundwater basins in the state that have been identified as needing a GSA, and as today we found that those basins are going to retain their priority status. The more public agencies involved will directly correspond to increased staff, driving up the cost to water stakeholders, which include agricultural and domestic pumpers and city ratepayers. And we recommend that the county be cautious in its elections to participate in the management role of these GSAs. And we'd actually like to see as much money as possible for the supply side infrastructure that will really help provide extra water to get us through this. We have great respect for the Watershed Protection District staff. They have done a great job in supporting the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency, and we agree with the other speakers here that the county has its best role as support staff to the GSAs where local water agencies are electing to form them. And in these cases, we think that the local water agencies and stakeholders should ultimately decide whether the county should have a management role. And so finally, I'd just like to say there are some specific goals in the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and we think the county should continue to collect and share groundwater data. That's one of the roles, while empowering local water agencies to manage the groundwater sustainability, which is also a goal, and it also in an open public process that respects overlying and other property rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Jensen. Staff, do you have anything else after hearing the testimony?
Nothing further
All
to
right.
add.
Board members, it's to us to discuss. Supervisor Foy?
Yeah, it sounds like, I was glad to hear there's a lot of people willing to jump up and step in, and it sounds like, as we heard from Mr. Stafford, that people are already doing the right things anyway. So I liked, I think it was Mr. Chris' testimony that talked about as a support role, collecting data, and I think that's a good place that we should do, because I think Jeff's and their organization in particular has a lot of that information to help make this happen. And reading that state, what they're really asking is we're the backstop if something really doesn't happen, and we should give these agencies the opportunity to see what they can do. I think they're closer to it. They have a greater understanding of it, the use of it, and I'm not sure. I don't know how much more your agency wants to take on. I heard this could be a lot of work, but and I am concerned about where that cost goes because of all the work that's required. My gosh, it's going to be interesting to see. So hopefully we can allow them to step up and do what they do well.
I'd like to, one of the points that I heard today that I agree with is that the county, I think, probably should not be the lead in these various agencies. That in these various basins, you have other more appropriate agencies that should be the lead. I do think that the county should have a seat at the table, and that might be a little bit different than. That's not the lead, but a seat at the table may be a little bit different than what I think some people are hoping, that the county would not have a seat at the table, just be available. So just to try to clarify a few of my points, I'd just like to show 4 or 5 quick slides here. And one is why I think the county should have a seat at the table but not be the lead. And I think we could negotiate this somehow with people, and that is the groundwater basins are linked. Mr. Clifford, as you saw, the four basins in the Santa Clara River are linked. The basins in the Fox Canyon are linked, and there's some disagreement about how much they're linked, et cetera, but certainly the basis of Fox Canyon is that these basins are linked, and certainly the basis of United Water Conservation District is that the basins are linked in the Santa Clara River Valley. So because those basins are linked, the next slide, please, Groundwater Protection District can provide an overview. The groundwater sustainability plans that come out, to the extent that a plan affects another basin, it's the Watershed Protection District that might be able to provide insights into that and call that to everybody's attention in a different way than perhaps people from that particular basin. Next slide, please. Groundwater, by the new state legislation, groundwater has now been declared by the state both a joint public and private resource. So it's something that has to be managed with the overall general public's interest in mind. And the final thing, if I could point out, and that is that the one role that the Board of Supervisors through the Watershed Protection District, next slide please, could do is represent the general public's interest in these basins. There will be certainly significant interest of people who are pumping in the basins represented by the people that will be the leads. But if we don't play a lead role but we have a seat at the table as being part of some of the management plan. And so that's why I would recommend that our position be the option that says meet with all agencies having an interest in high and medium basins and form a partnership to create a GSA for each basin or grouping of basins as appropriate. And that as appropriate could be very different in some basins. It could be different in the Santa Rosa Basin versus the Upper Ojai, Upper Ventura River Basin, et cetera, as appropriate. And then submit notification of the DWR as a partnership. So I would speak to option 3 identified by staff with that caveat of not having those negotiations be for the county to be the lead, but rather to have a seat at the table, to represent the general public's interest and the fact that the basins are linked together.
I don't think item 1 is a good option because we, when the county takes over managing everything, or even item 6, where we have the state do the GSAs. But I tend to agree that item 3 might be a good way to get all agencies interested in the GSA to work in partnership, and work with the county because, as you mentioned before, those basins are all linked. And kind of create a partnership for all basins. And I kind of tend to agree that option number 3 might be a good option to work with all the stakeholders.
Just if I could add, I think option 3 maximizes the flexibility for the county to have a seat at the table and at the same time
That's right.
Have discussions with the various stakeholder groups and various agencies trying to do these basins, try to identify that appropriate role while still having that seat.
And I respect Cam Rosa too for they've been working on their plan for quite a while too, but forming partnerships and maybe working with them might help out with their process.
I don't feel like I have enough information. I can say in my area where I think, and I would agree that Camrosa has taken the lead out there, so I would definitely want to partner with them, but have them, be as involved as they are and continue that. But I really don't have information on the rest of the county. So, we hear that it's possible that some of these agencies will step up and say they want to take the lead, and I think maybe addressing it at that point. But I just don't have enough information now to say this is the role I want the county everywhere in the area.
Could I suggest, Supervisor Parks, that if we don't participate in those discussions in the next 30, 60 days, we won't have that information. We won't have those options. But by all item 3 does is say, have conversations. It doesn't say take a position.
It's a partnership.
It says have conversations to see what we come up with. But if we don't even have the conversations, we won't have options in front of us, and that's the far better way for us to move at this point in time. Let's keep the options open by having the conversations with people.
The problem we go down is then we just don't trust the people like Camrosa who've spent their millions of dollars to try to do their way. They're doing their thing. They've done a good job with it. If this thing with the state hadn't come down, people would be trying to find ways to solve their own basin problems. I mean, you got to trust these people to do what they do. This is their business, and they've got customers they've got to serve. And I think it's good. Now, sure, the state probably did something because some people weren't doing things, but I'm not sure we can see that here. And I think if we sit back a little bit and take time and be a supporting role what they need us, I think we're in much better shape. Let the people do what they do and do best, instead of always county having to get involved and try to control something.
By sitting at the table together, as partnerships, I think we can help.
When we sit on the table, we try to control. That's our biggest problem.
I think it's more of helping each other out and working together.
I have greater confidence in our Watershed Protection District staff than that to say, if we're at the table, we're going to take control. I don't see that.
And
Why not
I
have a seat?
agree with what you're saying in terms of, we should be a partner with all, but what happens if there is an area out there where you don't have anyone stepping up? And then I think that would fall to number 2. It's just talking about those specified areas that we want to have that, and other areas we wouldn't. So,
well, you could, if we support option 3 today, we still, if there's nobody, that's exactly what option 3 allows us to do. We could have conversations and find out nobody wants to step up in a particular area, and then we would have to step up. And if we have the conversations, we may say, hey, we're going to have this certain kind of relationship with Camarosa. But if we don't have the conversations, I think the fundamental question is, should we have a seat at the table? This is the best way to have a seat at the table is to have a conversation.
But it doesn't preclude number 2, where we may actually be the
if
only one out there.
If we choose option
correct?
3, it doesn't preclude
Number
any.
2.
It doesn't preclude number 2, or
Right.
it doesn't preclude any of these things. All kinds of
That's a partnership that we're looking for.
It gives us the flexibility for 60 more days to be able to figure this out, or however long. Supervisor Parks?
Yeah, I think these folks out here who are the purveyors and the water management, they are the ones that we have worked with, and we should continue to trust that they understand what the goal is here, and that they will, within the next 30, 60 days, be able to report back that they are forming a GSA, that they, they have the tools necessary to do so. I see number 3 as an interest in. I have great concern for Piru, which is designated on the map as a high area, and I haven't had the chance to sit down with the purveyors there to see what their interest may be and how to move to a GSA model, and so I would think that I would have interest in our Watershed Protection District having a seat at the table for those discussions. I guess my question is, coming back in 30, 60 days, if it comes back and our watershed folks say to us, this group in this basin are solid, they know what the mission is, they're doing the work. They, in some cases with Camarosa, who's ahead of the curve, they've done the work. Perhaps the county's seat at the table is in that advisory committee may be appointed by the GSA. Obviously, I think we heard from all of the folks who spoke today that they look to the county to facilitate with the expertise we have in the data and the technology and all of those tools we have available to assist them with the GSA goals. So to say that we have a permanent seat at the table in every GSA that's formed, I'm not sure I'm there yet. I certainly have great concern, as I said, for Piru as a stressed basin, and there may be some GSAs that we will want to have a real seat at the big table instead of a seat at the little table, the advisory table. So well, I think we need to leave it open.
And I see option 3 as leaving all that open. I see option 3 as saying, we're going to meet. There's the possibility that with a number of these, we apply, and we talk about what is the seat that we're going to have at the table, right, and try to figure that out. And 30, 60 days, I really don't know how fast these conversations are going to go. There are a lot of different conversations that have to take place, but some things will have to move relatively quickly. If people decide they're going to become a GSA, then that forces everybody, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Clifford, but once somebody decides, and everybody's time schedule gets accelerated because they become the GSA unless somebody else joins in that 90-day time period. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. There's a whole bunch of timings here that are really tight. For example, when an agency has declared elected to form the GSA, they then within 30 days have to get to DWR their resolution, a copy of the bylaws forming the new agency if that is required. So there's a whole bunch of hoops that need to be jumped, but it really, once that declaration is made, that time frame just shortens right up.
So I imagine people are going to be cautious about the actual declaration, and that we should have good conversations in advance so that those declarations are probably are the best thought out.
Is one of the steps, once those declarations are drafted and ready to go to DWR, that they come to the local Board of Supervisors first for review comment?
It will only need to come to the Board of Supervisors if the county is involved and needs to approve the formation of the GSA, become involved in that.
That we're involved as a partner at the table.
You know,
I mean, a real
That's
seat
right.
at the table, or
Okay.
an advisory role, or,
My understanding, only if the county is to be a part of the GSA.
okay.
There's a requirement in the noticing that the GSA also identify a list of interested parties that are developed pursuant to the Act, a certain section of the Act, but it doesn't say that it has to come back to all of those interested parties for approval. It just, at this stage, making sure that the DWR can see who's been consulted, who's involved in this in some form.
Okay.
If I may. I'm seeing three options that all look potential here. Supervisor Bennett, with your develop GSA, number 3, develop GSA partnerships for all high and medium, wouldn't the word join be better than develop? And the other one, besides the one I had mentioned earlier, number 2, which is there may be some specified ones we really do want to come in and be the GSA on, I don't know. There's also number 5, which is what if no one's doing it? I have the impression that our county watershed protection district is willing to assume those responsibilities when no one else will step up. So I kind of see a hybrid of 2, 3, and 5 happening here. But if you're going to push for number 3, it may be that we just want to join partnerships out there instead of being the one developing them.
Well, I would suggest respectfully that 2 and 5 are not ruled out at all. I mean,
Okay.
we do 5. I mean, basically, if nobody steps forward, the issue's going to come to us. But by default, it will come to us. If nobody steps forward, it comes to us. And that's essentially what 2 is. 2 is just saying we're going to pick some that we're going to decide right now. You know, we're going to be involved in. We're not ready to do either of those things. As you said, we don't have enough information to pick any basins and make any decisions. But item 3 preserves that. And you know, when you said develop, it says, you know, to have conversations with people about forming partnerships. And you know, I think there's a wide variety of the way those partnerships would go forward. The one thing we would be directing our staff is, if we're forming a partnership with somebody, we're not trying to form a partnership where we're the lead. We're trying to form a partnership where we are at the table but not the lead. That's the only direction that we'd be giving.
But why does it have to be a partnership? If we're even talking about being you know, having a seat at the table, why do we have to be a partner with them though? That's I mean, versus letting them, that's what they're supposed to do. It sounds like the state was telling, let them go do it, and the county gets involved if nobody does it. That's really what at the end of the day, that's all it is. The state, this is a state requirement for them to do this.
Now, the state very clearly said anybody that has water delivery capability like Camarosa, or anybody that has land use authority, you know, can step forward for this. They didn't. Yeah, so they didn't say we want the counties. They didn't identify what role they wanted cities to play. I mean, cities could do these same things. I mean, cities have land use authority. They're not oftentimes water purveyors at all. They have less expertise than probably watershed protection district does. And yet cities can step forward and very likely might in some of these basins. So I think partnership is I think partnership is the far better way for our staff to enter the negotiations. I think it's a far better way to enter the negotiations.
And that's what I would see it as, to enter the negotiations, but it doesn't say must be a partner.
That's right.
We're not saying that we must be a partner. We're saying if there's a basin that needs the expertise and wishes to form a GSA with the county as a partner, then we're certainly willing to explore that. It isn't saying that anybody out there, you must have a county partner in the GSA. I think it's this is the opening step of the dance. I don't see it.
Why don't we ask these people out here if they see it the same way?
Well,
I'm not sure that there's anybody out there who has their GSA so solidly thought in their, certainly on paper, that they would even be able to respond to that. I think you heard from folks saying they would welcome the county's expertise and tools that we have.
Well, I think that's what Mr. Christ was saying. He said, let them be a supporting partner while these people go through this. I think he made a very good comments that way.
Right.
Without being a partner to it or even trying to form, even looking at a partnership, but be supportive. If they need something, if they call, hey, jump in, be a partner, they can do that under 5.
And
It's the same thing.
And three's doing that because we have the expertise. Our staff is, excellent expertise in that.
Because we still have an 11:30 to do, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion I'm going to make a motion for item 3 with the direction that it be clearly that when it comes to partnerships, we're not looking to take the lead. We're looking to have a seat at the table, and with great flexibility in terms of how those discussions go with all of the various partners.
To assist.
And perhaps if 3 says, develop GSA partnerships, I don't know what, something that says that it's not a must, it's not a shall, it's a...
How about to assist?
Partnerships for all high and medium priority basins in the county.
We have language, the language in the board letter is, I think, that's a shortened version of highway, of 3.
That's right.
But I think it can be clearer. I mean, if we say,
And may form a partnership.
Have the things and may form partnerships.
May
right?
form a
There you
partnership.
go.
Add that word, and
Great.
I'm good with it.
And then, all right,
Doesn't
we'll
say
add
must.
may to this language that we have in our board letter. So that'd be my motion.
And I'll second. Item number 3.
Take our board agenda, and it says, meet with all agencies having an interest in high and medium basins, and may form a partnership to create a GSA for each basin or grouping basins as appropriate, submitting notification to DWR as a partnership.
If you put out I could support that if you put out the request of the GSA, not at our request, at their request.
Well, it's a may.
I think that,
May would cover that.
well,
I would say a may would certainly require a report back from our agency, who's going to be at
Whether
that
they
in those
should or
discussions to say, we don't need to be in this. Or they come back and give us solid reasons why we need to be in it. Because, again, the Act did say for the public and private resource protection.
That's true.
you don't want to have there could be 4 or 5 or 6 agencies trying to form a GSA. You don't want to have one have veto power, for example, and say, we don't want the county there, even if county staff says in a particular basin it's be really valuable to be there. So I think this gives county staff maximum flexibility to recommend to us what they think is best.
Right. It's a may action. It's not a must and shall.
It's been moved and seconded.
To preclude the potential that we're just going to be the GSA of some areas where there aren't any.
This doesn't preclude that at all.
Right.
Okay.
And I would also like to hear back from staff on if there is a specified basin that they are very focused on being the GSA on, if there is.
Sooner than later, frankly.
So what are we going to say, though, if the GSA, we say we want to be a partner in GSA, so we don't want you to? We're going to say no then? We don't want to?
That's a recommendation staff will make to us.
There'll have to be some findings on that, or at least facts, maybe not findings, maybe that's not the right word.
So
facts.
can we include those two in the motion that if staff, to come back, if there is one that they feel that we should be the specified GSA for, and also including number 5, if no one else will be the GSA, we're willing to be that.
I would only caution you this way, and that is, do you want to make that commitment on 5? I mean, what most people would anticipate is if nobody steps forward, then the way I understand from what staff is saying, the county then has a choice. Do we step forward or turn it over to the state? As most of us say, we don't want to. But right now, we could still address it. I'm happy to include both of those things into the motion. You comfortable with that? Sure.
Yeah,
Which is that to direct staff to come to us if they have any basins in particular that they feel strongly that we should be taking the lead on, or
after they've had
whatever.
discussions and
After they have
explored
discussions.
options, right.
And also,
That's
we recognize option 5 remains the fallback position.
I know we've
for the
invested
county.
tremendous amounts of money in some water areas, so we want to make sure that we protect those investments too.
Okay, great. All right, we're ready for the vote. And that vote passes 4-1. We're now ready for our 11:30, time certain.
Good afternoon, Chair Bennett, board members, Mr. Powers. For the record, my name is Jeff Pratt. I'm with the Public Works Agency. I'll be presenting the next item. This is the second reading of an ordinance on the groundwater conservation, the groundwater conservation ordinance. I'm here to repeat our recommendations. I don't have a presentation for you, and then hear any further public comment on it. And we can answer any questions you might have.
Great. So this is the second reading of the modification to the well ordinance that we had last time. We have any public speakers? We have no public speakers. We have a letter submitted by Ms. Jensen. This is for item 54, and we're on 55. So this is a letter that we got from Ms. Jensen yesterday, and you made these comments, right? Thank you for the comments, Ms. Jensen. Okay, so we don't have anything else for item 55. All right, we're ready to vote on item 55. It's been moved and seconded. All righty, we already handled item 56, and poor Mr. Zimmerman had to wait forever for item 58, Human Services Agency. Shouldn't say poor Mr. Zimmerman, I'd say.
Are you sure?
Fortunate Mr. Zimmerman got to be educated this morning by his participation in our board meeting.
Yes, it's always great to participate in the full board meeting all day long. So, well, good afternoon, board members, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers. For the record, I'm Barry Zimmerman with the Human Services Agency. And what's before you today is a request for some positions, and they're basically in 3 program areas that I'll detail out. We have a request with the IHSS program, which also accompanies the public authority. As you know, these are individuals that are cared for within their homes, within caregivers, and that program has shown some increases, and we've seen the increases in particular with the expansion of Medi-Cal, with the ACA Act and so forth. We do have a need of additional positions to manage a backlog that has been developed on reassessments of the cases. And those are individuals that go out to the home individually and reassess their need and the index with it. In addition, the program has had some programmatic changes in it with the ruling of overtime and FLSA standards associated with the workers and how the state has implemented that, which has caused some additional program difficulty for us, in which an individual cannot provide services to a recipient and work over a certain number of hours or incur overtime, so we have to ensure that a second provider entertains or services that individual, that if they need more hours than what overtime can pay for. So that's the request for the IHSS and for the public authority positions. We also have an adult protective services a request for social workers and support staff. It's been since 2006. We've have not made any augmentations to that staff over that time period, and as you know, we've done a considerable amount of work and effort within the APS arena, and the caseload has grown. So we'd like to get that down to a standard that is more appropriate to meet the need of the population that they serve. In particular, we're seeing a significant growth in financial abuse amongst seniors. And we have a letter later on some legislation that we'd like to go forward in the state that would support that effort there. And so those are very complex cases and very difficult cases. Right now, our working ratio of per case per worker is around 30, and optimally we should be around 25. So the addition of these staff would give us in alignment to the appropriate workload. The final program
Barry, let me
area,
ask you
yes.
that real question. Is 25 some standard that you come up with?
25 is the national standard associated with APS workers. So it's a best practice model. The final area is in the community service department, and that's with the CalWorks program there. We've had some changes associated with the program that have been implemented over the last really year and a half. Is when it was originated. The state has been somewhat slow in getting out the rules associated with that, but the program itself went from a 48-month time limit to a 24-month time limit as far as getting individuals moved into some kind of meaningful employment. In addition, there's been a program effort on family stabilization, taking the more high-end individuals with greater barriers and doing more wrap services around them, similar to our homeless intervention within CalWorks program and other services around that. And so the augmentation of the staff in order to fulfill that programmatic requirement and also work the shorter time length is required. The funding associated with it, the position requests for the IHSS workers and public authority workers, as well as the CalWorks workers, are all either state or federally funded with no net costs associated with them. The adult protective service workers is a minimal general fund cost, 6% associated with it, a combination of federal, a little bit of state. Most of it's been realigned, and so we're reproportioning our realignment budget to cover the majority of the costs with those requests. So that's what we're asking for. If you have any questions or concerns, I'll entertain those.
Do you have any questions?
I got lots of questions.
Mr. Foy.
I'd have a lot more if I got my agenda on time, but I didn't get it on time. It came very late on Thursday night. So anyway, this HIS worker, you said there's an increase in especially in the last year, right? There's been big demands? Is that what I was reading?
Over the last
here?
couple of years, that's correct.
Last year, especially in the last year or something.
Mm-hmm.
Does that all of a sudden change since we raised the salary of people working? They're looking for more ways to get in, or what's the reason why all of a sudden there's more people working, there's more opportunity, or people now going back to work?
These workers here are associated with the caseload growth of the recipients. So the number of individuals that are on Medi-Cal and that are aged and disabled, that population is growing, and so that's the real driver associated with the positions there. This is not driven on the other side of giving providers additional funds or that type thing is not driving.
Okay, because I mean I've heard some people say, "Wow, I can make a lot more money." Okay, but let's don't talk that issue. Let's just talk the issue. We got an old aging population that you're saying needs more help. Is that where a lot of this is coming from?
That is correct. That qualify for services.
Yeah, there's no question. I think we just saw the statistics come out about the county growth and stuff, and we're losing a lot of the younger people, right. And so it's an aging population. Okay, so with that though, you're looking at needing more people, to process and see if these people qualify? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, twofold, that they go out and assess the needs of the individual, whether or not they're able to do the daily tasks in order for them to remain in their home. They're assessing that need and the number of hours that would be provided to that individual.
Right.
So that's what these positions are. They're the social workers that go out.
Okay. Yeah, it just seems like we've spent an awful lot of time hiring an awful lot of people through. I know you're trying to get as big as the healthcare agency, but I mean, I'm just kidding. But I mean, just seeing we've been putting an awful lot of people on it. It's a lot of growth coming out of this department. That's why I was asking you the workload level. 25 versus 30, we averaging higher or lower? I'm just trying to figure out what can we do to be more effective. I mean, this is a lot of growth.
Well, the growth, and let me compartmentalize the growth a little bit here, because the agency is diverse in our services, and we have not come per se in a comprehensive way, or else we would have had this request be very, very large. But we've kind of gone over time working with the CEO's office on the relative priority needs. So when we see a lot of growth, it's in different segments of our services. So for example, here today we have not Previously to this board letter, we have not come to this board and addressed the workload needs associated with these components of the program. So children's we did first on as the highest priority, and that was a large growth. The one was on healthcare reform was the second largest growth, and then these are other areas that now are getting the priority focus on how to manage the workload and meet it. Now, I would say as far as efficiency goes and those type things, these seem like steps, but I think they're steps in the sense that we stretch it out as far as we can until we come to a point of saying, hey, we need to make some adjustments to make this work. So, we have pushed our current social workers at 30 is a huge workload for them to address the senior population, and that's been going on for quite some time. And so, we feel it is a big enough need to come at this time to the board and ask for these positions.
Okay. All right. And I'd just like to speak to that too, because I certainly understand what you're saying, Supervisor Foy. We want to watch this, and coming on the heels of the increase in children's staff, it seems like just one. But I want to put it in context too. As Barry said, that's children, this is adults, and it's something that we monitor with HSA to see, is this a temporary trend? Did it just tick up for a while, and is it going to tick back down? So we work very closely with his office to see, is this something that's sustaining? It's not going away, and there are structural things that have changed. So this is kind of a milestone, multiple factors that don't reflect temporary trends, but long-term structural changes. So we want to come one time, get it done. We don't foresee this as coming back over and over again.
Yeah, there's no question, and then that's a lot of business and a lot of struggle because you get to a peak. Oh, I'm so busy. You don't want to always hire at the peak.
You don't build churches for Easter Sunday.
What can I do to be more effective? I know you took iPads. People are more efficient. I'm just trying to figure that. Okay, so I see that. But then also in the CalWorks program, a lot of times we do a lot of this stuff in the CalWorks, but we never get to see what the results of what those really are. What are we getting for the money we invest? Are we really? Because there's been some people who tell you, while the county's subsidizing me, I hire the person. Once the county stops subsidizing, the person goes away. We fire them. Because how do we know where the value for what we're getting there versus let's just do this? I mean, we just don't want to throw money at something that doesn't improve anybody's life or do anything for anybody.
Well, we can come back with a report showing the relative impact on a person's life. Now, there's several tasks and interventions that occur, and some of them work, and some of them don't work as well.
At all.
Well, I wouldn't say as all.
At all. No.
So you would say that there are some that take advantage of our programs in the sense of taking a subsidy from us and then not doing the long term. I wouldn't call that a failure of the program. I would call that more of a failure of someone taking advantage of the program. All right.
Right. I guess what I'm asking at those end, we're just getting rid of that business and say we're not going to let you do it because you're doing what we're hoping to do.
Well, I think that's a very small. I haven't had a huge number of that, but we've had small businesses who couldn't sustain an individual after they hired them and so forth. I don't know if I could characterize them as taking advantage of the system, but that's kind of the nature of it that we have here. So the employability part of it is a big part of the program. We put some monies there to augment and subsidize it, but this request here is that we're kind of under a new threshold here. That the subsidized portion is to give someone an experience, to give them exposure to the work. They may not have long history associated with the type of employment, so that's to augment that, to give them training, if you will, on the job. Now with the passage of SB 1041, we have 24 months to prepare an individual to structure their lives in a fashion that they can be successful in an employment unsubsidized. And so these positions here are help to case manage, to surround services around an individual. We know individuals to be successful, it's not just employability. There's a whole aspect to an individual's life, and we can get into that, of the pillars of success, social, health, all those type things, of which we manage and sustain that to be employed. Those areas, we need to surround them with services to build them in those areas to be successful. That's what these positions are to augment in order to case manage more appropriately in a shorter time frame and to have people successfully transition into meaningful employment. Now, the whole objective of this program is to work and to transition people off government assistance and that's our program. If we took a look at the history in 1998 when I was here with CalWorks, we probably had, I don't know, 14,000 cases, 21,000 people on some kind of AFDC and public assistance. Today we only have 3,000 cases total. And so
it's
we
working
have
then.
this transition.
Which is good. That's the kind of success thing we should be seeing. Yeah.
Absolutely, and this is a continuation of that. So we have 1,500 today that we're working on to get them employed, and so our goal is to transition and to work it. And that's
Okay, so what happened then? We had all these people. Did we lay a whole bunch of people off? Did they transition to something else? Now we don't need. Now it's come up. Why? Where's the people? What's the difference? I guess.
Yeah, the CalWorks program over the years has lost staff. We've downsized facilities. We used to have a facility in downtown Ventura off the college. We used to have another facility at Oxnard College. All those have been gone away. And that's when, like 3 years ago, we came and consolidated our resources and our facilities. That's all part of that, managing that program in that fashion to be economical, but also to meet the needs of the current
But
population.
be successful.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I think people would say, I'll spend the money in the short term to get the long-term success of the person. That's worthwhile all day long.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to hope for here, right?
That's part of this intervention, is to look at what we call family stabilization activity, or WRAP services, around an individual, to invest in these key, what we call root causes of success of an individual, to build them up there so they can be successful down the line. And there's other interventions that we would talk about. There's at a state level, a statewide earned income tax credit is also another method by which to incentivize work and incentivize the productivity of work in order to elevate people out of these poverty conditions. So there's a lot of efforts. It's not a single bullet type program. It's a multifaceted, but I would say over time we do monitor this. The CalWorks program hasn't just grown endless in staff. We went through a downsizing there a while back. Even with the county, we got rid of a lot of vacant positions and so forth, and that was on the agreement that we would then be able to, when the program needs staff in order to maintain it, we would come back to the board and introduce that idea. So that's where we're at in the CalWorks program.
And you've managed performance too, because you had a contractor out there who was helping with the subsidized employment. They weren't performing well, so you made a switch. You came back, and so you are managing performance and looking at the measures.
Well, I think that's the key. At the end of the day, I think we're generous people who say, let's help our neighbor and get them through. But what do we spend the money on? What are we getting? Because we don't always have a lot of the results come back to us. We always have, we need to do this, we need to do that. And that's where I think it should be good to tell people that they're getting a return. But when you say we used to do 15,000 people when the county was only 650,000 people, and now we're 850,000, we're only down to 3,000, that's a whole different world.
Yeah. It's been very successful in that
But from
regard.
15,000 down to 3,000 is very significant.
It's huge. That's what I'm saying. Those are the kind of results people should be hearing.
Because even though
have some
if
change.
we're at 800,000 or 700,000, that's very, very significant. And I think that this kind of programs work.
Supervisor Long.
Well, I think there's also been changes in the rules and making it stricter, so that we have to help these caseloads perform and succeed. So that's also ratcheted down some of both the numbers on both sides here.
There's difference. But the idea is when you put a person in, we're hoping we get a return for that. We're just not saying we're just throwing people at an issue because we're busy with that. And I think that's what I really is most important.
And I
because you've been here a long
appreciate it.
time over the years to get a lot of people.
Our goal is to transition individuals into and productive lives, and that's what we're doing. Not to sustain public assistance forever, not to grow the program in that regard. And so I think we're on the same philosophy in that regard. We could. I'm more than happy to go to your office and
Oh, you always want to do
go
that.
over
That's
that.
good.
So
No, but I agree. There's no reason to
but,
enslave a person into a government program. We're really trying to give you a helping hand to do your own thing.
Absolutely, and that's the nature and intent of the program. Rules have changed that that make us the need to change our program structure.
Mm-hmm. Right, and I think that's why you probably saw this kind of change come down. You got a short period, take a much broader approach to their whole life, and get them productive in the world if we could.
That's correct.
But it's at the end of the day, it's theirs.
Has a question?
I have a question on the vehicles.
Yes.
It's my understanding 98% of the vehicles in the department, this is the AFS.
AFS, yeah.
Are signed out and used on a regular basis. In looking at this request for additional vehicles, did you have a discussion with GSA and to look at process improvement for vehicle utilization and?
Yeah,
did
we've
occur?
done that over the last number of years with GSA. They've worked some special programs where we have like an off-campus carpool at our locations and so forth. So we're trying to maximize the use of county vehicles. In this case, the need is availability of time. Sometimes we have not high miles on vehicles because they don't go far, but when you need a vehicle to go out and visit a family, it needs to be available. So here the request is, we know the current vehicle fleet we do have is fully utilized as far as time commitment associated with it. Mileage is a little bit lower because we don't travel super far in it, and we also have significant number of personal vehicle miles in those working groups that we would like to minimize that out and put them in county vehicles. So that's the request.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, we're ready to deal with this issue. We need a motion.
I'll put the motion forward and recommended action.
It's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Zimmerman.
All right, thank you.
For your presentation, and the motion carries unanimously. All right. Great. We are at item 59, Supervisor Parks and Long.
This is a recommendation at the request of the Women's Economic Roundtable to allow for them to have a Young Women's Advisory Council. I think this is just a great idea. The Advisory Council will be able to give them input on what's out there, but also have more of a direct influence, really, on what we can do for our young women. They have a conference that they're looking at putting together, and I think the Young Women's Advisory Council could be a very helpful addition to that, and particularly since that will be the outreach for the conference, too. I believe that they'll be looking at getting young women from the various colleges and maybe high schools, so those young women will also have those connections, which is kind of where the Women's Economic Roundtable has gotten its start, is bringing in women from different areas that have groups associated with them. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this one takes off. We saw a really successful model at VCTC, too, with their Teen Advisory Council. So it's nice to get that young energy in there, and also gives them kind of a help on their career path by being on the Advisory Council, too.
Supervisor Long?
Just this was brought, a suggestion coming from WER that they request, and because we are really looking to guide them and certainly not let them get off track with something that wouldn't be acceptable to all the board or how our committees currently process. So it really is just to give them that amendment that allows this advisory council to form to really future leaders. Good.
Ready to vote on this action?
Right.
Sure.
And they'll be able to select the members for it themselves. They won't have to come to us.
All right. That's item 59.
Thank you.
Carries unanimously. Item 60, CEO's office.
Good afternoon, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers, for the
Good
record,
afternoon,
Sue
Ms.
Hughes. Normally, these requests would come with the board's legislative agenda and platform that I'll be bringing in January, but because we have departments that have asked us to have legislation introduced in the state, I'm coming to you today to get your approval so that we can seek authors for both of these bills. And I believe I have assistants in the audience should you have any very specific questions to ask. The very first one that's up is, as Mr. Zimmerman just mentioned, financial abuse for the elderly is becoming a huge problem. And right now, financial institutions and their employees are mandated reporters. So if they suspect that there is some kind of financial abuse, they are mandated to report that. But beyond there's not a lot of oomph in the legislation because it says that the account holder must be the one that signs off and lets someone investigate, and oftentimes the account holder is the one clearly who's being abused, but could be being abused by a family member who is in and out of the bank doing the abusing. So we would like to see a little more oomph in the bill, for lack of a better term, to not only allow them to report, but to hand over the information to the district attorney's office and APS to say, this is what we see happening, you might want to investigate that. So that's the very first piece of legislation in the state we'd like to seek an author for. The second piece of legislation that we're looking for is currently the makeup of our retirement board. There's 9 members on the board with 2 alternates. So the county treasurer can elect to have a deputy attend as his alternate. The general members and the safety member the safety member has an alternate. That alternate can vote when the safety member or the 2 general members, if someone is missing. A retirement member has an alternate. Is this confusing or what? But the 4 members that are appointed by your board do not have an alternate. So we would be seeking a piece of legislation that would allow for an alternate for the board members' selection. So it would be adding 1 more alternate to your board to make that easier. So those are the 2 pieces of legislation we're looking to.
Any objections to the recommendation?
No, and I think it's great for the senior adult abuse. I think it's important because we've worked with the DA in the past, and just having that part of those individuals or agencies to help us is important, and also the public to help us out. But I think it's great.
Could I just ask why this wouldn't just be part of the legislative platform? And I think we're going to be looking at that in January to approve.
Somebody to carry the bill.
Because I'm running into a deadline to get the bill introduced, and I didn't want to put it on the legislative agenda and then miss a deadline in January and have to backtrack. So I want to be able to ask for an author this week.
Okay.
We're ready to vote. It's got a motion and a second.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You have unanimous support, Ms. Hughes, and our treasurer tax collector.
Good afternoon, I think.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pence.
Chair Bennett, honorable members of the board, Mr. Powers. I'm here today to request some modifications to the investment policy for the Ventura County's investment pool. Before I get there, though, I'd like to hand up a report that we received recently from Standard & Poor's confirming, again, that we have the highest rated investment pool rated by Standard & Poor's, that of all the pools that they rate, there's only 1 in California with the same rating. This is good news for the county when it does its financing. It's good news for the school districts that issue bonds with a proviso that they have to be deposited in this investment pool. It's good news for the non-Ventura County governmental agencies that participate in the pool, like Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, and Moore Park, and all the special districts and county schools. And in terms of establishing our benchmarks and trying to meet our benchmarks, the biggest, hardest, toughest benchmark is the Standard.
Are you saying we're the only one in California?
Contra Costa County has the same rating, and
So
that's the only.
2 out of 58 counties have achieved this high rating. That's substantial.
Congratulations.
To be perfectly open about it, of course, Standard & Poor's went around and downrated a bunch of county funds a couple of years ago, which caused them to opt out of the rating system. So the population is rather smaller. So we'll be handing out copies of this report in grocery store parking lots later today. And
I know it won't make the newspaper, but it's a very positive thing.
Ms. Wilson is here, and I'm sure that she'll
It'll be
anxious
headlines
to
now.
get it in.
And one thing too, Mr. Chair, and
Looks like
that's going to save us a lot
Jersey's
of.
handed it out.
That's going to save us quite a bit of money when we borrow money.
Yes,
I think it's
this
important.
rating goes hand in glove with the county's exceptionally good rating when it issues bonds.
By having lower interest rates.
It makes a big difference. And so we're happy to have it, and I'm very happy to tell you about it. As we look at the actual reason that I'm here, the Treasury Oversight Committee has reviewed these three requests for amendment to the Statement of Investment Policy, and which reminds me that I could afford to have another member or two on the Oversight Committee, which is able now to meet in a closet if we wanted to, so we could expand our membership, especially in the eastern part of the county, which would be nice. So let me know if you know of anybody. The three recommendations are pretty straightforward. One is to create a new sector of investments called supranationals. These are recently authorized by California statute. They are related to the World Bank. There are three of them in the United States. They issue the equivalent of medium-term notes. They are AAA rated by Standard & Poor's. They are exceptionally highly rated, which means two things. First, it doesn't count for our monthly Standard & Poor's report because they're so highly rated, and it means that that although the yield is not especially high, it is certain and covers a lengthy period of time. The second modification is to increase the length allowable term for negotiable certificates of deposit, which we have none of, and Yankee certificates of deposit from 186 days to 270 days. State law would allow a year. I'm happy to have the same term on Yankee CDs as we have on traditional commercial paper. And the final recommendation is to increase our allowance to put money in CalTrust and CAMP from $20 million to $25 million. We continue to be satisfied, in fact happy, with the management of CalTrust, which is the only one of the two that we actually use right now. And it is a good alternative for cash to the state's LAIF. I am, of course, hopeful that if you have any questions, I'll be able to answer them.
My question, if you could just talk to us a little bit more about the International Bank for Reconstruction and Enforcement, and they're making loans to countries, or are they making loans to corporations?
They both.
Okay.
And they are designed to create a financial opportunity that does not exist in a particular country. I mean, if Peru was trying to borrow money for an estate, it would be very hard, for example.
And as we see Argentina default, et cetera, how are those defaults different from the loans that are being made by these two agencies that are AAA rated?
They're different because they're backed by the consortium of countries that back the World Bank. It's not just the United States taxpayers who are supporting these three agencies. They are agencies of the World Bank, and they're supported by the consortium of countries that support the World Bank.
Has the World Bank ever not backed its bonds?
Not that I'm aware of, and not that the research reports we got. Great. We even had one of our broker-dealers come down to present us a 1-hour briefing on these, and we'd had a half-hour briefing from a different broker, and our due diligence suggests that these things are gold-plated.
All right.
Yes. But yeah, the key thing is we are not seeking anything that loans money to Russia right now.
All right. Thank you. All right, we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I just want to share, that our credit rating is so important, Mike and board members, because it really protects the public's money. And I think it's extremely important that, that we share that. Our credit rating is excellent, and like you said here, it protects us from any losses from credit defaults and so forth from others, so.
It is our most important
responsibility.
Mandate.
goal. It's not a mandate exactly.
Yes,
but
it
it's certainly
is.
our most important goal.
It is from us.
It's to protect the public's
money.
money.
The fourth unspoken goal of the fund, which is to make sure that the Board of Supervisors is happy.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're ready to vote.
Judges.
I just noticed on here that your name is awful small. You didn't learn from Lund that you have to make this bigger?
I can't control those people. I'm not going to say it, but
Mr. Powers.
I was just going to say, Judge, thank you for your patience today. I know we got backed up. And we're going to look at other ways of organizing our regular agenda items than alphabetical.
Actually,
so thank
this
you.
was a very productive way for me to spend the day, although the long letter that Mr. Smith gets that I wrote this morning may make him wish I'd been busier.
All right. Thank you.
I'd also like to thank you, too. I know people out in the East County got a lot of use out of having a place to drop off their property tax last week. So
It was a
on
smash
their behalf,
success.
thank you.
It was?
We'll talk more in April, but we even exceeded my expectations.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
It can only grow.
We need to correspondence agenda, receive and file.
Move approval.
It's been moved and seconded, maybe.
Okay, Brian.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. County Council, will there be any announcements out of closed session?
There will not be any announcements.
All right. Oh, board comments. Thank you very much for that reminder. Supervisor Zaragoza.
I got about 2 hours worth of really quick, I think, really quick, I just want to share that behavioral health, we opened up the one-stop center over at in South Oxnard. It's going to serve South Oxnard and Port Hueneme, and I just want to thank Susan and Mike Powers and Barry and Melanie and all the individuals that were involved in that. It's a great program. I also attended the El Rio School Board District meeting, and to share with them that for them to surplus, the Nyland property, and they did, and we have the first right of refusal to buy that property over at Nyland. And also, I attended the Association of Water Agencies annual corporate night at the Murphy Auto Museum. That was great. And it was raining, but it was great. We over on Statham Boulevard in Oxnard. And additionally, I participated in the Ascent to the Sea, that 5K marathon. It was great. We had a lot of fun. And there was 3,600 participants, as you know, and my whole team ran with me. Stan, Lourdes, Tracy, Jesse, and also Jeff Pratt from who ran with us. And yes, no, I did not. I tried, but I didn't. And Bill Gallagher was driving the little vintage truck, little red. He was leading the 3,000 some runners. And we also raised quite a bit of dollars, for the Nyland Acres. In fact, we had some of the youngest kids, some 4-year, 5-year-olds, that actually ran the 1K race. They were just unbelievable. It was just beautiful little kids. You should have taken your little boys out there too. It was just great. There was 4,000 gifts were donated by 3,600 runners. And also, one of the things that happened, by the way, we'll have the distribution of the gifts this coming Saturday with Ascent to the Sea, and Mike Barber. I want to thank him for the excellent job. Normally, Oxnard PD, Oxnard Fire, our firefighters, highway patrols, sheriff's office, they all participate in handing out gifts to the kids. And also want to thank all the people that donated money to the Ascent to the race. And thank you, Supervisor Long. You did an excellent job. And also the many unions of firefighters, the building trades, SCIU, and a lot of private individuals that helped us out. One of the things that I also want to share with you is that when I went to the board, there was an individual there, her name was Wanda Kelly, that put a program together for the kids to get Christmas gifts over at one of the real schools. They were anticipating about 200 to 300 kids to sign up. They had 500 kids signed up for gifts. They were short 120 gifts, Christmas gifts. I called our fire chief, came through. I called the highway patrol, chips came through. I called the Oxnard fire folks, and they came through. Santa came through, Mike Barber, and we collected over 200 plus more gifts than what they needed. But they anticipated 200. They had 500 signed up. 575 children showed up. So everybody got a gift. So I'm really, really happy about that. And we just had a great time running. And I know that Kathy normally runs with us, but because of her walks, but with her injury, she couldn't do it. But it was just great, and we had a great time. And I just want to wish everybody a happy holiday and a happy New Year. Oh, and I want to adjourn the memory of the folks on this list. Thank you.
Well, I want to thank the Caltrans and the crews out there trying to help residents out in Yerba Buena with PCH being closed. And last I heard, that could continue for at least another month. So that was a huge slide going on that they're working on. And, of course, we have more rains to be careful about. There are two items on our consent agenda item I didn't bring forward at the time, but just one was regarding the hazardous waste report that we get. Just pointing out there was another one with crude oil that spilled small amount, just transferring from a hose to I guess to a truck or whatever, but just seeing that these kind of spills happen pretty regularly, and as we can see in those reports. And another item that we had before us in our consent calendar was regarding providing some workforce funds for our behavioral health staff to help train them. And looking at that, it's a great program. There's some $4 million in funds available in this consortium. And when I was first reading it, I thought, whoa, I thought those were funds that were going to help job train people with mental illness, and it just made me think how important that is to be able to have programs like that, and one that hopefully I'll be able to work with Clyde Reynolds to get up in our county to provide work for really productive work for people with mental illness. Also, I wanted to just close with a very positive thing. The Westminster Free Clinic had something at a smaller scale than your Santa race there, but we had, while they were helping patients at Westminster, they were also being able to provide presents for 300 children there. And it was nice to see the patients. Some of the patients also got some trinkets, but it was mostly for the kids. And a lot of that was in part because of donations from Kaiser. But at the same time, we also had Boy Scouts involved there, and they were distributing fresh fruits and vegetables from Food Share, which we had here today. So it's just nice to see during these holiday times so much coming together and helping those. But obviously, we need these kind of contributions in non-holiday times too. And then just finally, good wishes to my staff, Venice, who has gotten married, and she's now Venice Terry instead of Venice Castillo-Sad. So congratulations to her.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to submit the short list to adjourn in memory to folks in Camarillo, and to just say that I want to extend appreciation to all of our responders who responded to the Cam Springs rock slide and what's going on in Cam Springs. It's been a tremendous response. I've been out there, and fire, sheriff, for all the first responders doing a great job. I appreciate the CEO's office moving quickly to help with the removal of the rock and to try to do what can be done to help those folks, particularly those who have been red tagged. Red Cross did an outstanding job. Leisure Village opened up their gates for a Red Cross shelter. At one point there were 35 folks out there, and now the shelter is closed, but as of 3 o'clock today, they may have another voluntary evacuation because of the rains. So you've all read this, but I'll just say the homeowners association president and the folks in Camp Springs have really stepped forward now to help folks and to say, what can we do? We're talking about setting up a fund for people to contribute to help those who have lost their homes, and obviously there's great concern over what lies ahead with the weather. So once again, with Camarillo being pointed, it is in their area, and they've had the declaration of emergency, and Sheriff Dean and I are going to send a letter supporting that, and we'll see what we can do to get them some assistance through the governor and whatever is necessary. But stay tuned. It's tough. The community's going through a tough time.
And I want to add to that, my sister-in-law lives right in that area too, and the mud just got right up to her driveway. She lives in the mobile home site end of it, but she was impacted with that too. So
those mobile homes don't stand up to that not very well.
No, no.
Well, thank you all. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of this list and wish everybody this is a special season with Hanukkah, with Christmas, with family. Special family time for everybody, and I hope everybody has a great break and gets recharged. Thank you.